Well, one of my VPs is on the CR board, so he's got the inside track of information. So Chuck's on it. Chuck's on it.
Oh yeah, sure. How you doing? Good. Oh, we missed you the other day. There was a lot of sweat and push and shoving going on.
They scheduled the ACG board meeting at 3 o'clock. I'm going, thank goodness I do not have to go out there and kill myself.
We contemplated that was done deliberately to avoid, physical labor.
I think there was ignorance involved. Actually, usually the ACG board meeting is and so when they scheduled it at 3, I was okay, good.
Yeah, but it was a good event. I think everyone appreciated it. That's like,
So
All right, thank you. And if anyone could please take your seats, we'll get started on the next panel. So thanks, everyone, for joining us again for the next segment of our FirstNet Summit. Without further ado, I'll hand it off to our moderator for our next panel, Michelle Farquhar from Hogan Lovells.
Thanks very much, Tim, and thanks everybody for joining us here this morning. We greatly appreciated those enlightening remarks from FirstNet board member Sue Swenson, and we're going to follow up here on this panel by digging a little bit deeper. And each of the panelists here have played a key role in the development of FirstNet and what preceded. As you may know, this has been a long-standing issue of public safety interoperability. And back when I worked at NTIA and the FCC in the early 90s, 1993 to 97, this issue was at that point first and foremost. We had a working group then called the Public Safety Wireless Advisory Committee that was working on this issue before anybody knew what broadband was, and we still haven't quite solved the problem. So I know this is something deep in my heart, very close issue to me, and I look forward to hearing more from our esteemed panelists. We're going to start with John Branscombe, who is Senior Counsel for Communications and Media Issues to the U.S. Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. He served at the FCC as well as Deputy Chief of the Wireline Competition Bureau, Chief of the FCC's Spectrum and Competition Policy Division, and Legal Advisor to the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau. Second, we have Admiral Jamie Barnett, who is co-chair of Venerable's Telecommunications Group and a partner in the firm's cybersecurity practice. He has had a distinguished career in the public and private sector with over 30 years of experience in the U.S. Navy and the Navy Reserve, rising to the rank of Rear Admiral. Admiral Barnett also served as Chief of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau at the FCC, where he led many major rulemakings, including E911, public safety broadband, and emergency alerts. Third, we have Jeff Cohen, who serves as Chief Counsel for Law and Public Policy and Director of Government Relations at APCO International. Prior to joining APCO, he served as a detailee from the FCC for the Democratic staff of the House of Representatives on the Energy and Commerce Committee. He was an author of the public safety legislation enacted in February 2012, along with John Branscombe. Fourth, we have Andy Siebold, who's been involved in the public safety and communications issue for more than 40 years, serving first as a first responder himself, and then he moved over to RCA, Mobile Communications, and Biocom, and he served for many other entities beyond that. And he designed the first paramedic radio sending voice and EKG from an incident to a hospital. He currently volunteers his time to the public safety community to help on this issue, and he serves in that role for the National Sheriff's Association and the International Association for the Chiefs of Police. And finally, we have Dr. Ken Budka, who is the Chief Technology Officer of Alcatel-Lucent's Mission Critical Communications Business Division. He led an R&D effort that creates public safety wireless networks based on an open standard, as well as commercial broadband wireless technologies, which began in the wake of some of the public safety incidents. He recently served as Vice Chair of the 15-member Technology Advisory Board for the First Responder Interoperability established by Congress to set minimum technical interoperability requirements for the FirstNet public safety network. Let's give a round of applause for these panelists. Now, this will be an interactive session, so we'll hold questions till the end, and we'll go through all the speeches. Everybody will make remarks for about 5 to 8 minutes, and then we'll turn it over to some questions by me and then the audience. We're going to start with John.
Okay, well, I apologize. I don't have any slides here, so I think all my colleagues do. But first of all, I just want to say thank you to CCA for hosting this summit, for inviting us. I mean, CCAs are great partners for us, for those of us who work on the Hill, always willing to testify, you and your member companies. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate you putting forth your views in our hearings and various meetings on the Hill. So I work for Senator Jay Rockefeller, who's the chairman of the Senate Commerce Committee. And about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, he put forth a bill that would reallocate the D block to public safety and find dedicated funding to build out this network as a nationwide interoperable network for public safety. There were a lot of naysayers, as you can imagine. People thinking that this would not be able, there's no way this would get through Congress the way that Congress is. But I think what made the difference is that, public safety, as Sue did such a great job in her presentation, this was a public safety initiative, and it was truly unique in that public safety all came together, united and unified, that this was a priority, that nationwide interoperability was something they should really fight for. And Senator Rockefeller took it, very seriously and was willing to step up to the plate and move his bill forward, which we were very grateful it eventually became law. And looking at what the bill was supposed to do, we were trying to figure out how do we come up with solutions to, the issue of cost and resources to build out such a network. How do we solve the, the interoperability issue, governance issues, and so this FirstNet is the creation of all those efforts on the Hill. I think I was really glad to hear Sue talk about the importance of state outreach. Certainly that's baked into the legislation. Senator Rockefeller is a former two-term governor. This state consultation process is critical, and it's got to work for local and state first responders. So I'm glad that certainly they've been very busy, but I think they're going to sort of increase the level of consultation. Sue hinted at these regional and these individual state meetings, and I think that'll be really important because, the legislation gives the D block, which is about $2.75 billion in value, according to the Congressional Budget Office. It dedicates these $7 billion in auction revenues, and that's revenues from auction of specified spectrum bands at the FCC. And also, part of the legislation is creating this incentive auction authority, which I know there's bound to be multiple sessions in days ahead on that outreach. I know CCA is very active at the commission. And sort of harness the revenues from those auctions to build this out. But then there's also the $135 million state and local implementation grant program, the SLIGP, as Sue called it. I don't like that acronym, but, but anyway, that money will actually help the states plan, identify. So we meant for the states to have a very significant role. And also, I just want to touch on that rural areas are very important. As Sue said, this is a concurrent network deployment plan. For Senator Rockefeller, being from West Virginia, he totally understands the needs. This has to work not only in the urban areas, but also the rural areas. And so I think that's why it's very important that you guys are having this conference today, and I think there are opportunities to partner and collaborate, and we look forward to those. So I don't really want to go on any more than that. I'll turn it over, and then we can go to questions.
Thanks very much, Jan. Admiral Barnett.
John, I think I speak for the crowd in expressing our deep disappointment that you didn't have any slides. I just now, that was great, and it's I'm Jamie Barnett, and former chief of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau at the FCC, and it is delightful to be on CCA's panel here with Michelle and these other august folks. John and Jeff, as she mentioned, were critical in putting together the legislation that is going to make this network a reality. Andy and Ken were key advisors on all the way through, both to the Hill, to the agencies, and have provided input to both have provided input to the FCC. Which, by the way, as a former FCCer, I would say never underestimate the power for petitioning your government. When you file stuff with the FCC, it does get read. As these former FCCers will tell you, it gets read and it gets incorporated into the thinking. So I would encourage you to continue to do that. And then Michelle, she didn't tout herself, but she's a long-time active person in this area, and advised at some personal cost to her, I think, the Public Safety Spectrum Trust for a long time, and she's been a player in this as well. So there's a kind of an inside joke in the Navy about how hard nuke power school is for the people who go through it. I'm not a nuclear person, but the final exam they kid is 1 hour long. And you open it, and there's one question, and it says, in the time available, with the materials that you find in your desk, create life. Well, I think that's about how hard what FirstNet is up against, and I appreciate the fact that we have folks like Sue Swenson and others, tremendous board on there, who are doing this, truly putting the wheels on the car as it goes down the highway at top speed. So Yes, here we go. So following up my tenure at the FCC, I was lucky to go for a little while before I went to a venerable law firm, to the Potomac Institute for Policy Studies, where they sponsored me to create this report, which is called What Should FirstNet Do First? And I'm not plugging it because you don't have to buy it. You can download it from the website if you want to. It was published in September, right before the first meeting of the FirstNet Authority, actually the next day. And so one of the things that in talking to Michelle, we were talking about timing, and so I wanted to mention a couple of things about that. And in some ways to grade myself, because at that point what I was doing is projecting based on what we had heard from NTIA and what the statute actually said about the timing. And so you've heard a little bit more of an update about that today from Sue Swenson. And one of the things that I think we have to recognize is we need to give FirstNet some time. This is a program that has tremendous potential, but it doesn't happen overnight. And I know as soon as the FirstNet board got named, the expectations jumped through the ceiling, and Sue would probably tell us they haven't really come back down yet. It's going to happen, but we need to give it time. So up here you can see that the planning process, they actually beat my projections on that of when they brought out the grant guidance for the states. I think that's going to start happening. The distribution will start this summer or mid-July, and it's going to take some time for the states to do that. The statute requires that FirstNet take into account what the states come up with, which is a logical dialogue with FirstNet's logical customers. And I think it's important to recognize that the end user is public safety, but the states have a significant role as kind of the customers and the people that will facilitate it and in some ways pay for it. This network is going to roll out over time. It will have phases. It will be both rural and urban at each phase, but it will take time, and so we have to allow them to have time. And we can talk about some of the rest of this chart, which is in the book, but I did want to grade myself on that. One of the things that I know that they're working on is a cost model. I think it's going to be important to public safety users, to stakeholders in this network, many of whom are in this room, and to the states themselves to understand exactly what the cost is going to work. So I think that's going to be an important thing to help people come along. We need to give them time on that as well, but I think it will help. The network will evolve in stages, and we'll talk about that a little bit because even though it's going to take a while to get all the input, to get the network going, the early deployers are very important for a couple of reasons. One is I think they can teach us a whole lot about how this network should work. And the other thing is I don't think we want to wait until we spring the network out all at one time. So stage development and early wins are incredibly important. And actually Sue, and I apologize, I had to step out for a second, so I may have missed this part. Sue is doing some critical work and working with the early deployers that we already have on the books in the next phase. And the most encouraging thing that that I've heard is that FirstNet is very open to the best ideas. I think that's an incredibly good thing because there are a lot of good ideas, and what may work in one part of the country may need to be slightly developed a different way in another part. They are incorporating the states into that process, and I think that's important as well. I do think it's important that we plan a resilient network. I think the lesson from Superstorm Sandy is that it is going to have some resilience. That also may be a phased thing. And then because, and we heard Sam again talk to the House Commerce Committee or Subcommittee, that this is going to be ubiquitous. It's going to be across the country. It's going to be hardened. And so for that reason, I think we do have to look at satellite solutions to augment the network, and they need to be sensible ones and integrated in such a way that will really work. So with that, I think I'll finish and turn it over then to my colleague Jeff Cohen. But thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak to you today.
Jeff?
Pause as I try to figure this out. Escape. When all else fails, hit escape.
You can use my slides too if you want.
Did it come up? It's
No.
supposed to come up.
Okay.
He should be next. It should be
Do Andy's slides.
I think he'd get them up in order. Oh, so whichever's the next.
Yes, very next slide.
Got it.
All right.
All right.
All right. If this is any indication that this is a challenge, I don't know what to expect from FirstNet. Jeff Cohen from APCO International, and pleasure to be here. Still
Make it right.
There we go.
I have used PowerPoint before. It may not be evident. Pleasure to be here, and I think that if there's any indication of what the legislation is leading to, is an association like yours hosting a FirstNet Summit in the first place and having a representative of an association of public safety here to address you, and that's terrific, and I'm very pleased to have been asked to come, and I'm glad to be here. Figured I'd spend a little time explaining a little bit about APCO and talking a little bit about what we can expect for FirstNet. First, who is APCO? APCO International is the world's largest organization of public safety communications professionals. As the slide shows, our members, about 17,000 and growing, are state and local employees of law enforcement, fire, emergency medical service departments, and they man 911 centers and emergency operations centers. Put a different way, these are the people that answer the call when you dial 911 and man the emergency operations centers when there are emergencies like, unfortunately, we were just reminded about. Also, APCO members will be FirstNet users. We have a very direct interest in FirstNet and the success. And as was mentioned earlier, APCO, before I joined APCO and I was on the Hill and working with John and many others, by the way, in helping to get this legislation across, we recognize the importance of getting this done. So let me get to the next slide and show you what APCO did at the time. It was a leader in the lobbying effort, and it assembled a public safety alliance. It was referenced earlier how public safety joined together, and they really did. And this was with 7 other national level organizations representing all disciplines of public safety. It was a remarkable collaboration. It made a real difference, and it showed you how important it was across the board, across the country, all disciplines of public safety to get this legislation enacted. And essentially, we achieved, speaking we public safety community, basically what we wanted. We got the spectrum we asked for, and thanks in large part to Senator Rockefeller kicking that off, and then who I worked for at the time, Representative Waxman. Funding, it's a lot of funding. It's not all that we hope for, but $7 billion is a lot of money for public safety historically. We asked for a strong governance model, and we got it. We wanted FirstNet, the way it's composed. It exists, and every time that I meet, and you think I have special access, I do not to FirstNet members, but every time I have the opportunity to meet someone like Sue today, I'm just continually impressed when I meet these folks. Of course, I'm familiar with the public safety representatives, but especially those in the commercial sector. I'm very impressed. I hope you had the same impression, too, after hearing from Sue. Robust state and local consultation process and input. There has been a lot of talk about whether or not FirstNet's listening to the states and public safety. Well, it's in the legislation, as I think Sue mentioned, for a purpose. It was a major reason and a major point of public safety to get in there because while we wanted a strong nationwide governance body, we recognize at the same time you have to have a mechanism to hear from the state and local entities and those that are going to use it. Important to leverage partnerships and meet public safety requirements. There's tons of infrastructure out there, and while, again, people are mentioning, well, this is going to be a commercial network, no, it's not. It can't be. It's in the legislation, and it's what public safety asks for. Yes, we should leverage as much of the infrastructure and the expertise that's represented in this room, but it also has to meet public safety requirements. Importantly, that basing this on commercial standards is key to achieving economies of scale and to making sure that this not only leapfrogs public safety finally, to the level of technology that consumers, that I have in my pocket, and that the bad guys have too, by the way, and finally getting public safety in there, but the commercial standards process will help them stay there at the same time. And even before the legislation came about, a number of public safety organizations came out and endorsed LTE as a standard to use. Finally, and I put this last, I always put it last, but it's good to ground ourselves back and realize what was the original point of this and what is still our main goal. Nationwide level of interoperability. That is something we don't have. There's been some achievement at the local levels and some very good achievement actually, but certainly not what we need. Partnership opportunities for the folks in this room. Definitely from the public safety perspective, we could benefit from leveraging the assets that you have and the expertise. Another thing that's not often mentioned, but it's in the legislation also, is to enable roaming agreements onto commercial networks. There's a lot of benefits from that. One is it can provide a not ideal yet solution, but a solution to give public safety access to the spectrum quickly before even the infrastructure is in place. It also encourages partnerships and device development, which is also really important for band class 14. Obviously, and a lot of mention was made of rural areas. Public safety incidents can happen anywhere. Obviously, we see it happens in vulnerable areas to natural disasters and unfortunately to targets of man-made disasters, but a disaster or a problem can occur anywhere, and you need coverage everywhere. And CCA members in particular can help fill those gaps and make sure that the network can succeed there. Also, of course, there's the opportunity to lease the spectrum and enter into covered leasing agreements with FirstNet so that there's a little bit of a trade as long as, and as Sue pointed out, to be defined, but clearly public safety, and everyone understands that in an emergency or even during normal, every day, whatever normal is for public safety, they always have access to the spectrum. That has to happen. And finally, of course, there's this civic benefit that by participating and partnering with public safety and FirstNet, your own communities will benefit because the first responders in that community will have access to the modern technologies that you're providing now to consumers, but that to which public safety currently lacks. And with that, I will turn it to my next esteemed panelist and look forward to questions. Thanks.
Andy?
I'm in here somewhere. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here in spite of American Airlines.
Yep.
I wanted to really be here because while I was working with the Public Safety Alliance and we were walking the Hill, we had an opportunity to convince 8 representatives and senators to change their vote, to vote in favor of the bill. Why? Because of rural America. What I did was I took each district of those people and I mapped it with how many what their rural population was, what their rural area was, and I proved on each one that with private-public partnerships, we could build out rural America in their districts and make them heroes. And this is the organization that's going to help do that, that's for sure. So let me talk about a little bit. I'm going to back up a little to give you just a primer, all right? Public safety today is voice and very slow data, land mobile radio systems, or LMR. It provides push-to-talk that's mission-critical in nature, and that's very important to understand. As FirstNet goes forward, during Sandy, the LTE and all the other networks had failures. Public safety networks are used to what we call graceful degradation. So if the main back end of the network fails, we have another backup. And the final backup is one-to-many communications without going through any network. And FirstNet, if they're going to do voice, has to have that kind of backup too. So it's a long way away, but it's coming. The spectrum was allocated to public safety, land mobile radio spectrum, over a very long time. And what happened was, as the engineers got better and better at farming spectrum higher and higher in the bands, each contingent, each group of people went to the FCC and to Congress saying, we need some of that spectrum. And so it was divvied up amongst business and industrial, amongst public safety, amongst TV and everything else. As a result, what's happened is that today public safety has little pieces of voice spectrum from 30 megahertz all the way up to 800 megahertz and some Wi-Fi type spectrum up at 4.9. This public safety 700 megahertz spectrum is now divided into two segments. The first one is for land mobile radio voice, and right next to that is the public safety broadband. I wanted to give you a glimpse of this because when we talk about interoperability, this is the type of issue we have. When I worked for Motorola selling LA City and LA County, I loved it. We put two $5,000 radios in every fire truck. It was great for business, but it wasn't a great way to communicate. So this is one of the problems we're trying to solve. The FCC added more voice spectrum. They've been very good, but you know they're getting bombarded by everybody. So we regrouped and asked Congress to allocate the D block. It was an interesting 4 or more years. These gentlemen will attest to that. I don't know how many pages I filed with the FCC, but there's a lot of them. And so now we have the network. You've heard a lot about it. The law does not provide enough funding to build the network, so the partners are a must if we're going to get this thing built. Now, here's the upper 700 megahertz band as it's laid out now, and you can see that public safety, narrowband, and broadband are right next to each other. It's great spectrum. It's going to save a lot of lives. It's going to add, it's going to reduce time for dispatch and everything else. Think about what's going to happen when an officer is responding to something. They'll have a video of what they're going to get into, and they'll know lots of what's going on. But what public safety is used to using, which is land mobile radio, high towers, big sites, lots of coverage, is very different than LTE. So public safety needs to be educated about all the differences in this, and we're trying hard. But the commercial operators need to be educated in the differences in the expectations. So it's a two-way street, and it's kind of interesting. So the purpose of the network, we've heard this before. I want to make one point very clear. This network is not designed today to replace existing public safety networks. The land mobile radio networks must stay in place. They must be funded. There's an organization of which APCO is a member called NIPSTIC. There's another one, National Public Safety Telecommunications Council, that's made up of 30-some organizations. And we just published a paper that says why this is designed for elected officials, why land mobile radio networks will be needed for at least the next 10 years. I want to make that very clear. There's a lot of good work going on with LTE, but voice is going to remain critical to public safety on land mobile radio. So we have to keep that in mind. Now, let's talk about opportunities for all of you. As I mentioned, I did all these districts, and I did more than 8, but we won 8 of them. And it makes a lot of sense. FirstNet says they're going to build out rural as much as metro, and I like that idea. It's really great, and it's really needed. But it's going to take partners, and it's going to take partners that have assets in the ground. It's going to take partners who want to expand their own networks in areas where it's never been financially feasible to do it before. So taking some of FirstNet's assets, some of your assets, putting them together, we can build out rural America, and we can bring not only broadband to public safety, you can bring it to your networks and you can bring it to your customers. And one of the things that I did when I was doing this congressional thing was not only mobile, but fixed broadband service for people in rural America who don't have any access to broadband at all. So we're going to have a lot of opportunity to partner. I've worked on both the commercial side and the public safety side, and I'm looking forward very much to working with CCA and other organizations to make public safety in rural America possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Ken?
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit more about public-private partnerships, and this is where you all play a role in helping with helping FirstNet get rolled out. The legislation is a three-legged stool. Number one, we've heard a lot about spectrum. So spectrum is the real estate upon which this network will be built. Funding is a critical component, and governance. And within governance, there is the opportunity for FirstNet to create public-private partnerships, to lease capacity and lease spectrum to third parties. This is the important block of the three-legged stool. It's the important part of making FirstNet happen, making FirstNet national. And simple reason, if you look at the funding arithmetic, so far $2 billion has been allocated initially to FirstNet. Another $5 billion has been earmarked for FirstNet coming from incentive auction proceeds, incentive auction to be determined and upcoming. And then there's this nice blue box in the middle, which is really the key to building the partnerships and driving the dynamics between FirstNet and CCA to strike win-win partnerships for rolling out FirstNet nationwide. There's a big funding gap between the $7 billion that's been allocated so far and the roughly $12 to $16 billion that the FCC has estimated for building and operating a nationwide network for a 10-year period. And that's where CCA members and other parties, utilities, anyone who has infrastructure, anyone who has toys to bring to the table, this is where you can help, and it's also the thing that drives the dynamic between FirstNet and carriers to come up with a win-win scenario. Network sharing is essential for FirstNet. If we look at network sharing, there's different levels at which sharing can happen. Sharing of the physical infrastructure, sites itself, towers, antennas, shelters, transmission, backup power, site support. If you look at the cost of rolling out a network, the lion's share, the huge amount is locked right there in tower infrastructure itself. That's where states have a lot of assets, and local municipalities and federal agencies also have a lot of assets. They have a lot of hardened assets as well that can be used to build a network like this. And carriers also have network assets that can be put into the equation. Then also, networks can be shared at the radio access network. Capacity can be shared between different parties. The core network can be shared, and then we're all familiar with network roaming, sharing the coverage of a partner as your customers roam throughout the network. Luckily, LTE supports some nice ways to share capacity in a very flexible way so that partners can become part of this network. So right now, FirstNet is designed to be a shared radio access network. And from that shared radio network, you can peel off into different core networks. A core network that might be supported by FirstNet, as well as core networks that are supporting service provider networks. The LTE standard supports a way of partitioning that spectrum in a very flexible way so that you can have service level agreements for that sharing. Also in a very secure way so that traffic, as soon as it hits the base station, is encrypted and sent back to whatever core happens to serve that user. Also supports prioritization and quality of service. Now this way gives a way of sharing capacity between FirstNet users, federal users, also commercial users, gives a way for CCA members and others to get access to hardened sites, and also coverage out in the middle of nowhere, also coverage in cities, coverage in urban and suburban areas. In terms of benefits for FirstNet participation, number one, LTE roaming, getting access to carriers and coverage throughout the U.S. Also, being able to share infrastructure across the nation in a cost-effective way, and also device and application ecosystem. And that's one of the primary reasons why this legislation links together this funding mechanism and links together private companies as well as FirstNet is to create a broader ecosystem for devices and for applications so that this network can be cost-effectively managed and moved as it goes forward. So, thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Ken. I'm going to follow up by asking a few very specific questions. In particular, there's been a lot of confusion about the roles of the various entities involved in FirstNet, including the government agencies, the states, the localities, as well as some of the private sector entities that have been involved. Let me start with Congress, which created this entity, and ask John in particular, do you see an ongoing role for Congress, and are there any particular issues or concerns that you may be monitoring or your colleagues on the House side may be looking for in that regard?
Right. So is this on? Can people hear me? So I think, obviously the biggest challenge was getting the legislation passed. Well, that's the first challenge was getting the legislation passed. But there is ongoing congressional oversight. The Senate Commerce Committee has oversight jurisdiction over FirstNet, over NTIA, over the Federal Communications Commission. So I think, certainly oversight, accountability of how this is all rolling out is important. I know the legislation requires a number of a yearly report, audits of FirstNet, but in addition, you can expect that there'll be some oversight hearings. I think there was one already in the House. Certainly, Senator Rockefeller will be taking that very seriously. Related to that is how the FCC implements the spectrum auctions, which are the funding mechanism. And we will be having oversight hearings of that process as well. Certainly, Senator Rockefeller has made clear publicly that for him, the success of those auctions will be measured by raising sufficient money to pay for FirstNet's activities. So,
great, thank you, John. Jamie, with respect to the FCC, they haven't really been as active in the process so far. Can you talk about what you anticipate the FCC's role might be here going forward?
Well, the statute set up an initial role for the FCC in developing the minimum requirements for interoperability, which thank you guys for the short time frame that did. It was a very quick time frame, but folks like Ken and a lot of other folks provided tremendous input to provide those minimum interoperability things. After that, the FCC plays a consultation role. The FCC is, I think, one of the expert agencies with regard to that, and so I would like to think that there's going to be support from FCC for NTIA, and FirstNet's part of this, but the only other role that I really know about, and it's an interesting one, if there are any states that opt out, the FCC does have a piece on that, on an approval, looking at can they actually operate in an interoperable standpoint. But quite frankly, opting out is very difficult under the statute, and it'll be interesting to see whether anybody could actually do that. And if Sue is successful, which I suspect that she will there even be a reason to opt out? If they're going to accept innovative ways of solving this, forming the public-private partnerships that Ken mentioned, then there may not be any need to opt out.
Thank you, Jamie. Jeff, you've seen this from 3 unique vantage points, including now from the public safety perspective. One thing I know is that traditionally the states have not been that involved in the public safety side, which many people may not realize. Can you talk about what the public safety officials and your group in particular may have had to do to educate the states to get them up to the level they need to be at to take on this big challenge that they face with respect to FirstNet and the RFPs, et cetera, rolling out right now?
Well, sure. Well, in a lot of respects, the states have been involved because and Andy could help me a little bit on this, but obviously one major agency is state police, and a lot of states have implemented statewide networks focused on the statewide public safety agencies, but also there have been some partnerships with local on today's current technology. What is APCO doing? What can we do to educate? It's been a major initiative on my mind ever since I came aboard just about a year ago. One way we do it is through our member communications. We have various channels, and then APCO has numerous events where we use those opportunities also to continually educate people. Another really good element of the legislation, which hasn't been mentioned yet, is that it required by statute a Public Safety Advisory Committee, which has been stood up. It's a great broad spectrum of people throughout public safety disciplines, and that's another way to help educate the people on the ground. So between all those, but there's still more to do. There's a lot of people out there in the public safety world that still don't really fully appreciate what this law is doing, and have maybe some misconceptions.
Let me ask Ken and Andy to follow up. With respect to the states, what do you think that carriers, as well as maybe vendors and equipment providers, should do to educate the states and FirstNet during this period before things have really gotten launched, but are in the education and outreach process?
You know, one of the biggest problems in all of this is going to be collecting the data. Sue and her team have a tremendous amount of work ahead of them because they have to collect data from the states, the locals, the tribal people, the territories, federal things that may be there. I know that in the county that I help maintain communications in, a lot of our sites are on forestry property, on forestry assets. One of the things that is going to have to happen is there's going to have to be some kind of a standard for collecting data. You can't have every state come in with different forms of data. Now, what I didn't mention is I happen to be co-chair of the APCO Broadband Committee, and we're working on a document now which we hope to give to FirstNet, which says, at least for the local level, here's a template for how you figure out what assets you have, do they need to be hardened additionally, and place some kind of value on them. Because at the end of the day, there's going to be a give and take between FirstNet and the state and the locals on the operational fees versus the in-kind kind of equipment. And that's going to happen with CCA members and network operators too. This whole thing is going to be there's going to be money, but then there's going to be in-kind things back and forth.
Ken?
The essential part is to make the tent as wide as possible and open as possible, because assets that can be contributed to FirstNet not only include state and local assets, but assets that carriers have, assets that utilities have. And assets are not just limited to tower infrastructure. It's backhaul infrastructure. It's dark fiber. It's if you look at, for example, utilities have across their transmission lines, lots of optical fiber that's just lying there. That a lot of it is just used for very low bandwidth applications that could be pulled into a network like this. It's important to collect as much of this information, and also I think it's important for states to become active parts of creating these partnerships and looking out for these partnerships instead of just feeding data, becoming actually a part of the process, identifying partners that would be good to work with in their region so that we can build the network.
Jamie?
So the states play an incredibly important role, and one of the I guess additional challenge that FirstNet has right now is that the governors have kind of gotten their nose out of joint out of this, and they initially sent a letter to I guess the Department of Commerce saying that we're disappointed that there's not somebody on the FirstNet board. They've backed that up with another letter. There was another letter at one of the House hearings regarding this. And so actually I think one of the things that CCA and its membership can help, because you are very active in across many regions, many states, to help a constructive and positive dialogue with the governor's office. So it's important to be engaged with public safety, but the governors, I think, have to be involved in that well. Their technical advisors, their Homeland Security advisors, their CIOs and stuff like that. And Sue, in fact, I think, and there may be others as well, are engaged in outreach, which once again, as I mentioned, you got to give people time. It's only the board right now and a few employees. But CCA could perhaps help on that in providing a constructive conversation about how the states can get involved.
Thank you, Jamie. One of the traditional problems that public safety has had has been on the equipment side. Very expensive one-off devices and a limited number of suppliers to provide those. I know this has been a concern on the Hill and with the FCC and other quarters. How has FirstNet tackled this, or are they likely to tackle this? Let me ask Ken and Andy in particular for your ideas on that.
First of all, the reason that the FCC and Public Safety jointly picked LTE because it's an international standard, and the volumes of devices are in the hundreds of millions throughout the world. So that's going to tend to drive prices down. The thing that people have to keep in mind is that some of the public safety agencies, yes, they all spend a lot of money. Handheld radio today is about $2,500. A mobile can be up to $5,000. Very expensive equipment, but it's designed. You can drive over it with a truck. And the other misperception that's out there, and I think FirstNet's going to work on fixing this, is if you buy an iPhone for $199, the expectation is that public safety can buy an iPhone for $199. The problem is you're buying a subsidized iPhone. If you go into Apple today to buy an iPhone, it's an $800 device with no contract. So, and then you have to harden the device. So we're not going to be in the $200, $300 per device price range, but we should be in the $800 to $1,200, which is a long way from what they're paying now.
Ken?
I think one of the most important things, and this was part of the work we did with the FCC, there's an element of deciding also what not to do in satisfying public safety requirements, or figuring out how you satisfy those requirements. There are ways to satisfy public safety's requirements within the existing standards by designing things in a more robust way or hardening things in a more robust way. It's important not to customize at a level where you can lose the economies of scale that you get from LTE. So as much as possible, the special features that are needed by public safety for prioritization or preemption or group management, that those things should be at upper levels, like APIs that are kind of calling into the network. There shouldn't be a lot of secret sauce and customization within the network itself, because that destroys economies of scale. And basically, we call it in the business P25ifying LTE, which is something that P25 is the standard used by land mobile radio. I use the word standard very lightly. It's hardly a standard, not very well enforced. But there's a danger in trying to meet little corner requirements for public safety that may not be so important and may end up destroying the economies of scale that you could get with LTE, but you can get some of the same things through software and applications and device features and functionality.
Thank you, Ken. One question for all the panelists is there's been a lot of discussion about the partnership opportunities with carriers, especially rural carriers, which is very true. But there are also potential risks and challenges involved. Can you give some thoughts about those, especially how those challenges and risks might be avoided? There's certainly cost issues, hardening issues, and issues with respect to priority access that would need to be provided to public safety. Are there things that can be done now or ways to approach this issue that carriers can be thinking about now as they start their outreach and their thought process going forward on this, how they can participate?
You didn't hear me say it. I told everyone I'll kick it off and I'll let everyone else speak. One thing that I've said a few times publicly, and since the legislation got enacted, is there's a lot that commercial service providers can provide that would always be the base of any network for public safety. And it's not mutually exclusive to rely and integrate as much of the commercial infrastructure and know-how as possible, provided that FirstNet designs a network architecture, and the legislation tasks FirstNet with doing that, in a way, as APCO commented in its notice of inquiry, in a way that enables flexibility to enhance it. There's also nothing preventing down the road from further enhancements to networks to make networks even more, as Ken was getting into, starting getting into a little bit of the one-offs down the road as well. So with that, I'll turn it over.
I wanted to make a comment. I think that partnerships in rural communities are going to be easier than they are in metro areas. We don't know what the data demand for public safety is going to be in the major metropolitan areas. We don't know how many incidents there are going to be. We don't know when we look at public safety, you've got to look at an incident in a metro area happening in a single cell sector or two cell sectors. And that's the important capacity constraints right there. When you move out into more rural areas and suburban areas, you have less density of public safety officials and more access to the network. And the chances of a secondary user losing network access are much reduced. That doesn't mean they're not going to happen if there's a tornado or something like that. But again, because of the nature of LTE, it'll be more localized than it will be anything else.
Jamie?
So if I could give an example rather than a direct answer to your question. I see Brett Kilborn from the Utilities Telecom Council here. Is anybody from Vermont here by any chance? Okay, well, so I can say whatever I want to about Vermont then. So I got to speak at a UTC event last month, and I met a gentleman who was also a speaker there from Green Mountain Power. And they told me a fascinating story I hadn't heard before, and I actually want to study it as a use case. But in essence, Vermont Telephone, I forgot the exact name that they go by right now, somehow or another ended up with some 700 megahertz spectrum from the early 2000s. And Green Mountain Power, Vermont Telephone, worked with the Public Utilities Commission, with the governor's office there, and they set up a network in Vermont. Now remember Vermont. I mean, this is a very sparsely populated state that has a couple of mountain ranges in it, and it's not great topography for a 700 megahertz network, and yet they did it, and they hardened it. And the way that they hardened it was Vermont Telephone wasn't going to be able to step up to the plate and do that. Green Mountain Power was the one that paid for those sites to be hardened. So this is not public safety spectrum, but here's an example of how that kind of partnership can actually be used. And I think that might provide one example of one way that you can do it in rural areas.
That's great. Ken?
If I just piggyback on what Admiral Barnett was saying. Also, if parties are contributing toys to the party, there's an expectation that they're getting something in return. And so carriers, if you're involved in this, if you're bringing toys to the party, there's some expectations on access to the capacity, also service level agreements for that capacity. That's extremely important in the utility industry, where utilities are also an important part of first response. If you look at the critical traffic, the SCADA, the things that actually control the heavy iron out there in the field, it doesn't take a lot of bandwidth, but you will find parties that are willing to contribute their toys to the party, provided they can get access to some minimum amount, even under incidents, to make sure that they still can control the network, they still can shut off power for first response, they can still respond to an emergency. That kind of service level agreement, not being all or none, kind of having that being part of the negotiation, we think is something that is essential for a network like this to work and to operate and to make it work.
That's great. Andy, you wanted to?
Yeah, I just want to add one more thing, because if the network is designed the way it was originally presented, and we don't know that, but if it is, there will be multiple networks, multiple frequency bands, multiple frequency technologies in the device, including band 14. Now, what that does is mean that there will be devices available in rural areas that may not otherwise have been available, because we will have this group of network capabilities in the device.
That's great. Let me open up to, yes, there in the audience. You may have to talk very loudly.
It's okay.
Well, we can't hear you. Can you?
The utilities are
as far as I know, the utility companies haven't been qualified to use the D-block spectrum yet. And I know that some localities have asked for a declaratory ruling, and I'd like to know your thoughts on where that's going and when it's going to happen.
The drafters can talk.
Yeah, Jeff, you want to?
Go ahead.
Well, it's correct. It's in the legislation, and the way that any entity that wishes to partner with public safety can access the spectrum is through what's defined in the statute as a covered leasing agreement. So basically, whether you're a carrier, whether you're a utility, what have you, you have to essentially be part of a public-private partnership involved with deploying the network, maintaining it, operating, et cetera. And if you do that with FirstNet, then you can gain access to the spectrum. That's essentially how the statute works.
That's Jeff is absolutely correct. So the legislation does allow these public-private partnerships and utilities to share. I think your point is are utilities first responders as defined in the Act, and that they are not. They would, just like any other collaborator or partner, they could get access to use of that spectrum, but it would be not as a primary user, but through a public-private partnership with FirstNet.
Other questions? We're right at time. Oh, yes, one more, and then we're right at time.
So in the consumer space, we typically change out our devices every couple of years. Do you see that happening as part of public safety, or what happens to devices in this model?
Well, it's going to be interesting. Consumers, every 18 months they got to have a new device or something. Police, fire, EMS, they're used to carrying a two-way radio for 5 years or more, or until it disintegrates. But in this case, what you're going to see is an evolution of devices. Public safety is most likely going to start with modems in the vehicles to power their notebooks. All right? And over time, they will move into handheld devices. And there's a question about whether a person in the field is going to carry one device or two, that is their land mobile radio and an LTE device, or whether over time that will morph into a single device. But tablets are going to be great for incident commanders, things like that. There will be more upgrades because they'll be less expensive. And as more functionality, as Ken said, at the API level and everything else, that will tend to keep them up. But my guess is that the first 3 to 4 years of the network, we're going to go through about 4 or 5 generations of devices for public safety until we get it right.
Yeah, Ken?
This was an important topic we covered in some of the work with the FCC Interoperability Board. Basically, FirstNet is taking on the role of carrier. So all of the work that a carrier does in life cycle planning, managing releases, et cetera, FirstNet will be doing. And it's important that that be done in a planned way, that an evolution be planned for bringing in devices, bringing in functionality, moving from release 9 to 10 to 11 to 12, and all of that becomes part of the planning process. And the expectation on the part of public safety is they know going to this network, there will be more frequent churn of devices. Hopefully they will be a lot cheaper, so that won't be such an issue. Also, we're hoping there'll be additional functionality that will be beneficial to public safety to also encourage that type of adoption of the latest and greatest devices.
Thank you, and thanks to all of our panelists for the great presentations this morning. Yeah.
things to think about government that should add more.
Everybody ready? Yep. Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Trey Hanbury with Hogan Lovells. Thank you for joining us for this panel discussion, FirstNet, what FirstNet can offer commercial carriers. We're glad to have you here today, and we're honored to have a very distinguished panel joining us to talk about what FirstNet can offer commercial carriers. Joining us today, we have, to my immediate left, Brett Hahn, who is a principal at Deloitte. Mr. Hahn has more than 25 years of background in the telecom field, including leading commercial telecom enterprises, working for the FCC, and helping to shape telecom policy in both the US and Europe. Mr. Hahn is program director of the 800 megahertz transition administrator, a daunting task that is hopefully nearing completion. And next on the panel, we have Brett Kilborn. Brett currently serves as Vice President of Government and Industry Affairs and Deputy General Counsel at the Utilities Telecom Council, where he provides legal guidance to utilities on telecom issues. Prior to joining UTC, Mr. Kilborn worked at Bell South Corporation as well as Baker and Hofstadter. Next, we have Morgan O'Brien, a pioneer in U.S. wireless telecom. He was co-founder and chairman of my former company, Nextel Communications. He led to the creation of the first all-digital nationwide wireless network and brought push-to-talk communications to the mass market. Mr. O'Brien was recognized as an RCR Person of the Year in both 1993 and 2006, which spans quite a bit of time. So we're honored to have Morgan joining us today. Finally, we have Patrick Ringquist, the Vice President of Wireless Networks for Ericsson North America, where he's responsible for Ericsson's North American direction for expanding and evolving mobile networks. He has extensive experience in wireless networking from first-generation analog systems all the way to 4G LTE. Please welcome all of our panelists today. And if you would like a more thorough bio, you can check it out on the CCA app. So if you want to, all right, thank you. So I wanted to launch right into it, and we will allow some time for question and answer toward the end. But Brett Hahn, I'd like to start with you. And we do have two Bretts on our panel, so I'll go ahead and use your last names just to make it clear who we're talking to. But earlier this year, Brett, you wrote that for FirstNet to succeed, its leadership had to accept two premises. You said that the public safety broadband network must be state-centric, addressing the needs of its primary users. And you said it will require collaboration with states, federal entities, and commercial telecom carriers. So let's take each of these two premises. First, why must FirstNet be state-centric? I mean, isn't FirstNet a national network? And isn't state-centric policy what got us into the interoperability mess in the first place?
Thank you very much. First off, I want to thank my fellow panelists in CCA for arranging this, particularly that there's two Bretts on the panel. I was only looking for Brett Favre to join us. But to answer your question, which I think is really good, I am a firm believer that it does need to be a state-centric policy. First off, because legislation demands that. But also, what are we thinking about this? The purpose of FirstNet is to help our country respond to a national incident. And the governors of his or her states are the key officials for that. They can bring up their National Guard. They coordinate with their state police and obviously the city and county local responders. So you need that governor, that state participation. Also, from a business perspective, the states are the customers. I think Admiral Barnett wrote a very good article on what should FirstNet do first. The worst thing is to build a plan that is ignored. States are the customers, and state and local users are the customers. And also, the governors have the holistic view of their state's broadband needs. So both in public safety and non-public safety, and then within public safety, they can also think about their holistic needs, whether in 700, 800, or other bands. It cannot be separated as a 700 only issue. And per that, I want to use from a user perspective, the legislation, the very same legislation that created FirstNet, also mandated that public safety get out of what's called the T-band. And this is for major cities the biggest issue. NIPSTIC, which at the previous panel some members were talking about, estimated that it would be about $6 billion to move T-band. The reason this is important, I'll use LA as an example. LA had a BTOP award that's been kind of put in limbo, and hopefully we commend Sue Swenson for aggressively trying to work with all the BTOP recipients so they can go forward. But that BTOP award has been temporarily halted. They're doing 800 megahertz reconfiguration is coming up. Plus, they have to move T-band, and that's the most important thing. So from a customer perspective, all your major cities throughout the United States, whether it's LA, Boston area, Chicago, have to move T-band. So they need to figure out how to allocate their dollars, and this is a $6 billion check, which they weren't thinking of writing. So from a customer viewpoint, you need that, and that's where the states are clearly there. Now, per that state side, I would say this is where the CCA can have a significant influence. I was really pleased to hear Sue Swenson and others talk about a state-centric role as well. Your companies are part of that political business ecosystem for your state. You are constituents to that governor. And getting the governors educated up to this is really critical, along with, no pandering for my fellow Brett, along with the utilities. Your utility companies, your rural carriers are critical to the success of FirstNet and critical to, particularly to rural states. And educating your governor why, for your local constituents, your local jobs, your local networks, how you can participate in this, I think is really important. That's why I think a state-centric is legislative required, but also in the real world, and in order for FirstNet to be a success, it has to have the partnership of states, the rural carriers, and I would also contend the utilities to make the full system work.
Now, your second premise, and I want to turn for this part to Morgan a little bit. You talk about partnerships and collaborations between federal and state users, and we heard from Sue that historically we've not seen close collaboration. Instead, we've seen walls and barriers, and often for good reasons, sometimes less so, but it's not an area where we have historically seen a great deal of collaboration. So is this public safety collaboration that you're envisioning, especially under a state-centric approach, just going to be too complex, too complicated to allow for a commercial partnership? And if we have if we have 50 states, if we have peculiar local flavors, how is a commercial operator to respond in that environment? So Morgan, for that, if we could turn to you for a moment.
Well, there's no way I would hold this out to be uncomplicated. In fact, it'll be extremely complicated. But it'll be complicated in a different way in each state. If you think about it, every state has a different political reality, a different topography, demography. Some states are blessed and have big, luscious, what we call NFL markets that will much more easily lend themselves to monetizing the excess capacity. Other states are not so blessed. So I'm completely aligned in my thinking with Brett that the basic building block just logically has to be the states. And this has nothing to do with opt-in, opt-out. I think opt-out it will be a terrible outcome if that's the way this plays out. But having said that, having acknowledged how bad opt-out would be, at the same time, you have to say, in an opt-in scenario, putting the state in at the ground floor to decide really its future LMR system, because ultimately, this 20, actually 30 megahertz of 700 megahertz spectrum, which is available to public safety in every state, that 30 megahertz over time with technology is going to begin to dwarf whatever else they have. So it's critical from the outset for the state to buy into and be part of how this is going to look. On the other hand, of course, achieving a nationwide interoperability, seamlessness is extremely important and is the overriding reason for doing this in the first place. But again, with an apology for the complexity that it involves, it is, I think the structure is in place for FirstNet to make sure they ensure that interoperability, that national flavor, but I don't think that should be at the expense of putting the states in at the ground floor. I can't see the logic any other way.
Mm-hmm. And Brett Kilborn, let's turn to you for a moment. You've also talked about public-private partnerships and how it might work, coming from the utilities perspective. And you had a blog recently where you quoted one public safety official, and I've heard this before. We want interoperability with utilities, and we also want their money to support it. So is a public-private partnership really just a way to squeeze the lemon juice out of the big carrier lemon, or is this a two-way street, and how does it work for utilities in particular?
Okay, so first off, echo everyone else here on the panel. Just happy to be here. Thank you for inviting us. So utility companies do work hand in hand with public safety during emergencies. So we do need interoperability in those cases, and we don't have it. We have workarounds. There's nothing perfect. So, the Commission, when it put together the National Broadband Plan, actually recognized this and understood that, it made sense for utility companies and public safety to partner up when it came to building a nationwide broadband public safety network, in part because we have similar communication needs. We also have extensive infrastructure that we can provide. And conversely, public safety has access to the spectrum that utility companies so desperately need. We are under increasing demand for additional services to our customers. Smart grid is just one example of that. And while utility companies have this increasing demand, most of their spectrum right now is just narrowband. And it's subject to interference and congestion or reallocation for commercial services. So we're more than eager to work with public safety, whether it's state and local or FirstNet, to try and meet our respective needs going forward.
I totally understand that the utilities are eager. Do the utilities occupy the field, though? I mean, one of the recent pleadings from UTC said that FirstNet really needs to consider other options besides one or even several commercial wireless service providers for that public-private partnership. So is there room, if utilities partner with public safety, for anyone else, such as the
absolutely.
CCA members?
Yes, exactly.
Explain
yes,
how
yeah.
that might work.
We're here to spread the love. No, utility companies are by no means in any position to think that we're going to dominate this build-out. The way we see it is that it's much more important to have a flexible, open, transparent process that encourages RFPs, for some or entire or part of the entire network, rather than a one-shot, one-size-fits-all type of RFP that only gives one opportunity to take a bite at the apple. We think that would be very wasteful, and especially if you're trying to serve those rural areas. Utility companies obviously do have coverage in those rural areas. We think we can contribute greatly to that, and I think that's something that we share with the CCA members.
Do you think there are specific aspects of the infrastructure that you contribute? Is it technical know-how? What are the utilities' unique contributions to the process?
Well, that's one of the nice things about utilities. I mean, they have extensive infrastructure. We have substations out in remote areas, even where commercial services aren't available, hence the reason that we went out and built private internal networks in the first place. But we also have on staff a lot of resources that we can provide, and those resources are obvious when there's a hurricane. Our trucks are out there setting poles. And that's I think that's something to be commended in today's environment, that utility companies still maintain those kind of resources, and they're ready and willing to try and contribute those towards communities that they serve.
Thanks. Patrick, I wanted to bring you into the conversation here. The upper 700 megahertz band is almost entirely held by Verizon Wireless, which holds the 22 megahertz C block license in very close proximity to what is now the FirstNet wireless broadband spectrum. Given this band configuration, can any carrier other than Verizon be a partner to public safety?
So thank you for the question, and as all the others on the panel, I'm very happy to be here and honored to address this very important topic. So your question is related to network sharing and spectrum sharing, and the fact that operators may have different starting points. So network sharing and spectrum sharing could be one of the foundations for a partnership between FirstNet and an operator. But as was stated out earlier this morning, any partnership has to be a win-win situation, meaning the operator has to put in certain assets, and so does FirstNet, and the outcome should be a win-win for both parties. Now, both operators and FirstNet they have different assets that they can bring to the table. And it depends a little bit on their different starting points and what they have. So it's very hard to generalize. You need to be specific from a specific operator point of view. So let's focus a little bit on FirstNet and what they can bring to the table for a second. So they can, of course, bring a number of different things. They talked about it this morning, device ecosystem. They can bring in access to sites that the operator may not have. They're roaming and some revenue associated with that, but also money. They have some money, so that could lower the cost for building a network. Now, the main asset is probably the spectrum, and that goes back again to the question then, right? How do you effectively share spectrum? Ken Böttger this morning talked about different types of network sharing models. I will not go into that and repeat that. He stated it very well. But I think that the conclusion from that, or my conclusion from that, is that there are standards available and there are ways to share networks equally for all operators, irrespective of their starting point. And in fact, we Ericsson, we have built and we are operating shared network between commercial operators on a global basis. So we do have a lot of experience from this, and we do understand how it works and that it can work in the commercial operator world.
So just to put a fine point on it, you don't see proximity to the FirstNet network spectrum as a gating criterion?
It's certainly not a gating criteria. There are many assets that you bring into building a network as we discussed this morning, and many different operators have different assets to bring to the table. So you have to enter into a partnership discussion, and in our experience, the key stumbling block, or what could be a stumbling block, is not the technology, but the business model and the governance around the partnership. And that, again, points to the need for an operator, and especially members of CCA, to talk in the rural setting, to talk to their states, to understand what is the plans of the states, so you align with the states. And I think in some ways the CCA members, especially in the rural community, then have an advantage over someone like Verizon, who may not be as connected in those areas. My speculation.
Well, Morgan, we just heard from Patrick that it's not the technology, but it's the business model and the governance structure around which the partnership will really grow. And perhaps more than anyone, you pioneered the notion of a public-private partnership for public safety when you founded Siren Call and put forward a plan back in 2006 for a private company to run the public safety network. Siren Call didn't prevail, but your notion of a public-private partnership is carried on. So what should competitive carriers in particular, or any carrier, what's the one thing that they need to know about public safety that they don't? And then conversely, what's the thing that public safety needs to know about competitive carriers, distinct from all carriers, that they don't know?
Well, I think the answer is the same for both, which is that despite the appearance to the contrary, there's actually the basis for an excellent partnership. Again, it's not to say that it will be easy to address governance issues with public safety, which doesn't come wrapped up in a single package. There's so many different levels of public safety, and you're going to want as many of those levels as you can get because you want as much buy-in to the system as you can get. So it's a little bit easier when you're looking at the other part of the public-private partnership, but as the baseline, public safety, when appropriately organized and listened to for its requirements, is going to turn out to be that very elusive thing for the wireless industry, which is a customer that does not churn, a customer which is the opposite of churn, which just digs in year by year, more and more into the network. So there's everything to be gained by this, and except when bad things are happening, and public safety needs to have the spectrum available for when bad things happen, because bad things all too clearly do happen. There's a tremendous amount of excess capacity. That excess capacity is the means by which, with appropriate public-private partnerships, public safety can help finance the shortfall between the network that it dreams about and the $7 billion which showed up. I mean, you can count me the most surprised person on the planet when $7 billion showed up. That's fantastic, but it's simply nowhere near enough. And so the thorny issue is to figure out how to structure a public-private partnership. I think it has to be on a state-by-state basis. Mm-hmm. It has to include every relevant element of public safety. It has to work through the thorny governance issues to get to where public safety feels comfortable with the control which it must have over the levers of the network. And then to work it out in such a way that it is sustaining over time as a business, because you're going to have to be able to sell that excess capacity, monetize that excess capacity to help pick up the operating expenses of this network, which are going to be enormous. Your membership here, my strong feeling is that the category of wireless carrier that isn't consumed by Verizon, AT&T, that's the element. That's going to be that's the wild card that can make this whole thing work. So my message, to the extent that I have one to this audience, is get very aggressive. Do not be polite and sit back. Clamor to be included in this process. There is so much to be gained.
That's excellent. I did want to follow up, and though I would encourage all of the panelists to respond to this question as you see fit, but you mentioned a customer that doesn't churn, and I did think I saw a few people wipe the drool from their mouths when you mentioned that, because it's so attractive, because churn is such a negative for any carrier of any size. That suggests that there might be a major first mover advantage, though, to securing that FirstNet business. How do you see those contracts being let? How do you see those opportunities? Are they to arise every few years? Is it all about who gets in first? Is it locally specific? Is it geographically dominated? What happens in terms of deployment, build out, and specifically contracting with commercial operators, or for that matter, utilities?
I think the short answer is nobody knows.
Right.
The challenge for FirstNet is to stay true to the overriding concept of a nationwide network that's interoperable, et cetera, et cetera. On the other hand, pick up every reasonable opportunity for constructive relationships out there that will allow them to get this monster system built and have it sustain itself, because I don't know which is more difficult, the capital to build it or the capital to fund the operating expenses, but both of them are like Mount Olympus, and to get to the top of those, they're going to have to be multi-dimensional relationships, and how we could even be discussing whether the utilities would play. I mean, public safety has to consider that critical to get the utilities to want to play. I mean, who would be better to be on that network? But then again, if you're public safety and you have priority access, you shouldn't care who else is on that network. It should be who will pay me the most to use it, because I got site rent to pay and I have whatever.
That's a great point. Anyone else on that point? Brett?
I'll jump in. Morgan said that one thing I think is also very important is that the public-private partnership should be at the state level. Because I'll purloin unabashedly from Chris McIntosh, who's an interoperability coordinator for the Commonwealth of Virginia. And Chris gave a speech at NGA talking about that this is a fiscal issue for the states, a procedural issue, and then a philosophical issue. And fiscally, the states have to figure out what they can pay for, what they can afford for what applications. Procedurally, you have to follow the state's procedures, legislative parts, and philosophically is how do they think about running their system's relationship to FirstNet. State laws vary incredibly, and so public-private partnership, I think, needs to be at the state level, just because it's the simplest path to making this successful. And as I mentioned earlier, you all, your carriers are part of that business framework for the state, same as the utilities. And so that is, you want to have that working knowledge of that state and the state officials, et cetera. And then that's the fastest way to implement it. I would point out that Nevada and Michigan, and their waivers included utilities as part of their waivers. Michigan, on their public safety system, has done a phenomenal statewide program of making sure that they try and include cities and counties. Ohio's MARC system is also a very good kind of example. So I think there are states out there who have built out systems that work with utilities, that work with other entities, that can be used as models for other states, but it should be a kind of a state-centric view.
Do you view, just a quick follow-up, but we get hear from Brett, but do you view 50 RFPs as going out separate for states with a common set of specifications, or would it be done through one national RFP? In your view, obviously we don't know what FirstNet will do, but what's optimal? Well,
I think and I was very pleased to hear Sue Swenson's comment that they're going to be reaching out to the governors directly in addition to the NGA. I think governors can help drive that process, and the companies here can help guide their governors in this process. I don't know if there's 50 RFPs or how FirstNet is thinking about it, but I would take the other turn. I think the states can drive their own future. So once again, I'll use Virginia and Mackinac, which is the Association of Mid-Atlantic States. They're getting ready, so they're not waiting. And I commend other states like Nevada who are created boards under the Governor Sandoval's purview to get moving. So that way, the state's going to take advantage of the process. So that way, FirstNet knows what the state needs, but also at the end of the day, that's what the governor is elected to do, make sure they promote and protect their constituents.
Brett Kilburn?
Okay. Just to pick up on one of the things, I do agree with Morgan that it's way too early to tell, what the life cycle issues are and such for the business model. But I think a lot of folks recognize that having your anchor customer as a utility will help drive down those costs, because we've got so many potential end-use devices that are associated with smart grid. And so when you're trying to make this a sustainable network, not just one that you can actually build out using the $7 billion for your capital expenses, that's not to pat ourselves on the back and again, but it's another reason that public safety should be looking to try and share this network with utility companies. And there, to the larger issue of how you do it, there are models that are out there. Utilities have been sharing networks with public safety in a number of different states. Hence the reason that Michigan and Nevada, proposed that they actually share the PSBN with utility companies, because they do have experience in doing narrowband systems with the utility companies, and it's worked very well because they recognized early on that neither one of the two sides could build a network by themselves. And moreover, by virtue of combining their resources, they were able to build a network that was better than, the two combined. So the sum of the two parts is greater than the whole. And as a practical matter, it's a relatively simple model. It's like a cost-sharing model. So it could be as easy as that. And UTC put together a white paper that's posted on our website that describes those sharing arrangements when we look at the business models that FirstNet might want to try and use when it's constructing the RFP.
So would you encourage competitive carriers such as those attending this convention to reach out to their local utility?
Oh, yeah, sure. Absolutely. The more the merrier. We are really actively looking for partners. And we've had a number of different workshops around the country. Those workshops have been focused on trying to bring utility companies together with public safety and state and local. And we've done that. But I think that there is an opportunity now that we've gotten sort of momentum generated to work with the CCA going forward.
Great point. Patrick, please.
Yeah. So just to continue on that on the state level and the and utilities and other accessing this. So we heard Swenson talk this morning about this is going to be a public safety grade network. And I just want to point out that that brings an opportunity into public-private partnership, because now you're talking about a network that may be different than a commercial network that may attract new types of clients. And that could be very attractive from a public-private partnership point of view. And many of those clients are local in nature, utilities, transportation. Could also be a number of other oil and gas is another example of industries that could be really desire this type of public safety grade network. So I think there are opportunities, and those are best addressed on a state level, and to understand what assets and what the plans are within the states, because as was pointed out earlier, each state is different and there are different regulations and rules.
Well, Patrick, just following up on that point, and especially given your experience as Vice President of Wireless Networks at Ericsson, is 20 megahertz, which is what public safety will have, is it enough to do utilities and commercial carriers and the workaday needs of public safety? Will they have enough to spare? I mean, we do have 2 million public safety users out there. That's not an enormous number, but will the resources be sufficient to tap all the different potential revenue pools?
So then now you're coming back into, again, the differences between how public safety builds and designs their network versus a commercial carrier. Public safety primarily builds it for coverage and incidents. They want to cover what happens in an incident and at any geography. Commercial carriers build it for different reasons. It's also so that public safety use is average use outside the incidents is not nearly at the level of the incidents. So yes, if you're looking at it from a total network point of view, I do believe there are spare capacity. The key here is, as Sue talked about this morning, is the priority access. So when it is needed at an incident, where it happens, in the intersection or wherever, that very local area where it happens, public safety gets enough access to the spectrum that they need. And that may mean that in that particular geography, the secondary users may experience some lower customer experience in that. But that could be, I think in many cases, that could be acceptable so for these secondary users. So I think it's important to understand that you have this difference between average and peak incident use.
Right. I think that's a really important point. And for that, maybe I wanted to turn briefly to Brett and perhaps Morgan as well. Part of the challenge, I think, on the commercial carrier side is making the public safety peaks and valleys routinized and predictable enough to actually make some sensible business plans around to support that public-private partnership. And I know, Brett, you've spoken about fundamental questions with public safety use and how to define what the start and end point of a incident is. I mean, how do you know when the emergency starts? Is it and just as important, when it ends? Is it when the bomb goes off? And is it when the last tent or police barricade is taken down? What are the beginning and end points, as well as who decides how that process is defined, both the start and end point? So are we any closer to understanding these fundamental questions of what's an incident and how that might work in a public-private partnership with a commercial carrier?
I don't know if we're any closer, but I think the process has started. And once again, to hammer home, at the state level, the governor usually has the legal authority to declare an emergency, and that varies state by state. Obviously, the governor works closely with the counties and the cities because an incident is rarely statewide, but is localized. Clearly, carriers want to have some sort of a certainty in order to make their plans, what triggers an incident, how they framework. And once again, at the state level, I think this is much more manageable. It becomes much more operational, that you can talk to your governor's offices, you can talk to the city and county officials. I would also say you can talk to the utilities. And as I said earlier, public safety is not just 700, it's a holistic public safety. Keep in mind that public safety still has lots of embedded assets. So I would encourage talking to public safety and their vendors at the local level. National public safety leadership, like APCO from Jeff Cohn, has a very good role to play but really the local public safety users and their vendors really know their systems, and that's where you can start to have that dialogue so that they understand what each side needs to appreciate from the other perspective.
Do you have any, if you were writing the rules on how these events were defined or what the baseline criteria for commercial operation would be, what do you think is critical that we see? I mean, what needs to be defined and how would you define it?
I think what you want is clarity, upfront clarity in terms of when public safety obviously needs to have priority access, and then clarity in terms of the beginning and end parts to it. You know, thank God, you know, incidents are not long-term, except for example, Katrina, where you do have massive incidents where the governor needs to bring in the National Guard and other entities. But excuse me, you want some sort of a clarity from the carrier perspective, but also public safety wants that clarity too, because they want to make sure that they have the priority access that they demand, and what is to them is mission critical, that part.
And Morgan, I know you spent a lot of time thinking about this very topic at Siren Call. What do you think? How should we define these incidents?
You have to have clarity, and to me it's very clear. The spectrum belongs to public safety on the condition that public safety gets priority access for doing its job. So anybody sitting down with public safety to discuss sharing the spectrum starts on that premise. And out of that process of discussing how the priority is actually going to be manifested in the way a network operates, protocols will develop. I think, again, the protocols, like Brett is saying, the protocols in one state may differ very much from the protocols in another. The way the state handles an emergency versus the way a large municipality in that state handles it and how they work that out. I mean, it's better for those of us that aren't public safety to only facilitate that process and not try to second guess that. That's the essence of what the public part of public private partnership does. And it's just, while I know that it's going to be very difficult to try to anticipate all the situations, if you start with the premise that public safety basically always has priority access, it does make it easier.
Patrick, I wanted to talk briefly about a different type of protocol. Back in 2001, you visited the FCC and urged the FCC to tell public safety to stop reinventing the wheel, coming up with different sector-specific standards because they're messing up your LTE standards and risk fracturing what is otherwise a very well-harmonized standard. Do you feel that same way today, or has public safety continued down that path? I mean, we know that the Boulder test labs are pursuing their own verification and testing process. I mean, to date, that seems really to involve a lot of testing under extreme conditions. But I suppose that risk remains. Do you still feel that same way, that the FCC needs to step in, or perhaps NTIA or FirstNet, to really assure a baseline of operation?
I think it's important to understand that when we're going into this LTE public safety network, public safety will enter a new ecosystem that they're not used to. And I do believe, and I see that and hear that from public safety constituents, that they're aware of this, including PSCR, so that they understand that this is a different ecosystem, a different industry than the traditional LMR industry. So this goes also for the wireless industry, like I'm coming from, that we need to understand the public safety. So you need to understand and meet in the middle. Now, what you want to do is to, when you enter this ecosystem, is to leverage the global scale of the ecosystem. And to do that, it is important that you play by the rules of that industry to gain the greatest leverage. And I think that's where my comments were coming from at that time. I think things have changed. I think public safety is acknowledging that, and I hear that from FirstNet, I hear that from PSCR. So I think that is happening. One good example of PSCR actually embracing this is their participation in 3GPP. They are embracing this. They are participating in the wireless industry ecosystem forums. yes, they are doing some testing, and that's probably appropriate because public safety is different than wireless industry. So that's where what is appropriate, and I think that could be a fine line. That needs something that needs to be discussed, and FirstNet and the industry has a big role to play in that. So I think since that meeting, whenever it was, that I think a lot of things has changed, and I think we have a common ground at this point in time.
That's great. Other thoughts on that topic before we go to our next question? I did want to say after this question, I'm going to turn it over to the audience for a little Q&A. So start thinking about what you might ask our panelists. But Morgan, given your experience in the past with public safety, do you have any practical tips as to how to formulate that public-private partnership beyond spending time with public safety, understanding their needs, putting public safety first? What should competitive carriers think about if they're approaching a partnership of this sort?
Well, you want to know how big is the customer? What kind of commitments is that customer willing to make in return for whatever obligations you as the private side of the public-private partnership are considering making? And this gets back to a point that Patrick was making. I mean, obviously these public-private partnerships only work if everyone perceives them to be in his benefit. Not that everybody perceives them to be a total win, because that's going to be difficult to achieve. It's going to be a balancing act. But one of the numerous reasons for wanting to have the state as an aggressive part of structuring these type of public-private partnerships and participating from the ground up is that they are a customer. They're going to sign up or not sign up to use the network. The fact that a public-private, that a nationwide public safety system shows up in town does not mean that anybody is required to use it. It's going to have the same challenge every other wireless offering has. It has to demonstrate that it's the best choice for performance and price. So to the extent that you're in a constructive public-private partnership, you want your public partner to be satisfied with the way the network is going to be constructed, and to show that by making commitments and signing up for it. That's what makes them a terrific customer. And I would say the same thing about the utility. I'd want them sitting right at that same table. Of course we want you in this network. Of course we want you to have a level of priority. How many units and at what price?
Excellent. I've got a few more questions, but I did want to turn it over to the audience in our last 10, 15 minutes here and make sure that we take advantage of the expertise and talent that's in the room here. Any questions from the audience at this point? All right, well, then this allows me to turn to my next question. If anyone does, just please raise your hand. We've got mics available. One thing that we haven't talked about, we spent a fair amount of time talking about public safety, about utilities, about carriers. There is another potential participant, that's integrators. What's the role of integrators in this environment? Where do you see them fitting in? I'll just open it up to anyone on the panel. And by this, I mean someone who can manage the end-to-end experience from both, say, a vendor, OEM, network management, data security, the apps experience, the device. I mean, pulling all that together is likely to exceed the capabilities of a small, so far small, FirstNet structure. How will integrators fit into this puzzle? Yeah, Patrick, please.
Do you want to go quick? So it's a very interesting question, because you bring in a couple of different aspects into this, right? You have a commercial technology, LTE technology, into a public safety environment. So similar to what you're talking about on the operational side of this, you can almost think about the same type of need on the supplier side of this, for a partnership between LTE experience and public safety experience. So I think that If that is an integrator role or not, I'm not so sure, but I want to point out that there are different experiences that they'll bring to bear in here, and that both the commercial IT experience and the public safety experience are an important competence that's needed in any of the suppliers here.
Morgan, did you want to add to that?
Again, as with so many of these details, I think we have to say it will depend on how FirstNet decides it wants to. When FirstNet thinks about a nationwide network, what do they really mean? And how are they going to get the services provided all the way through that build, finance, construct, operate? How are they going to take all those services through and at the end have everybody happy? I mean, I can't imagine that there aren't significant roles that system integrators will have to play in that, because we're talking complicated, very complicated. There's an irreducible element of complexity if you want to get it right.
And as a large integration firm, I have to respond. But I was waiting for that pause.
Have an opinion on this, Brett.
But also that integration just isn't an IT integration. It's the integration of governance, policies, procedures, because at the end of the day, whether it's at the state level or the national level, taxpayers, Congress want to have oversight and want to make sure that this national asset, this 20 megahertz of spectrum, this potential $7 billion, is being spent wisely and in a fair, open, and transparent way. So your integration is also integration of making sure that all the stakeholders know what's going on, when it's going, and why, and also that the governor or also the Senate, the House of Representatives can understand how FirstNet is proceeding, so they have a high level of comfort that this national asset is being used in the most appropriate and efficient way.
Well, just to push back a little bit on that, if we do have this very state-centric approach, and one state, let's say New York, gets ample funding and really has an aggressive build-out schedule and all the cylinders are firing at once, and another state, say Connecticut, doesn't, for any sorts of reasons, budgetary or just legislative dysfunction, all kinds of things could go sideways. How do you assure that the network remains coherent and national in scope when you're really dependent on that state consultation, which may or may not be forthcoming?
I think from a technical perspective, I think Admiral Barnett from the FCC and the colleagues who did the FCC's interoperability technical standards set a very good bar. And because they're using a commercial standard, I think many of the technical issues can be addressed. They're difficult as they are. I think it's a possibility to address them. What you want to do is make sure that you, as Sue Swenson mentioned earlier, you're including all states. So it's urban and rural as well, so that it's not a feeling of have and have-nots. And that's one of the challenges FirstNet is going to have to figure out, is how to allocate the $7 billion in revenue. I think some states could be these early builders or early adapters, could be role models for other states that are out there, and they can do lessons learned, whether from the BTOP recipients or possible other ones. I'll use Nevada as an example. Governor Sandoval, I praise him, and Senator Reid really took the initiative, and they created a board specifically for 700, the Sonnet board, which incorporates energy, incorporates fire, incorporates obviously the public safety, and transportation. So they already have kind of a holistic system to address it, not just looking at 700, but how does 700 fit within the state's broadband and then public safety needs. So I think you're going to have some fast movers at states, and those should be seen as role models for the other states.
Sure. Please, Morgan.
You can't oversimplify this, but one way of looking at the role of FirstNet is spectrum landlord. They hold 20 megahertz of spectrum, and they're the landlord. What they charge for use of that spectrum is, I think, completely up to their discretion. So they can manage the haves, have-nots in what they perceive to be the best national interest by the way in which they get compensation for the spectrum that they're essentially leasing to these various RAN operations. While, of course, it will be very complicated to figure this all out, the concept is pretty simple.
Just to question you on that one point, we have $7 billion. That's fairly universally recognized as insufficient to build a nationwide interoperable public safety network, especially one that's hardened to public safety standards. If we're allowing states to move at different rates and each setting their own schedules, does it become a race to the front of the line before the money runs out? How is that function managed?
The last thing I want to do is tell FirstNet how to do their business, although I'll give them my telephone number if they want to ask. To me, a way to approach this is to figure out how much is the excess capacity worth in the major markets, because it's worth a very large number. There's a lot of it. There's a lot of excess capacity available on 20 megahertz of LTE deployment, which public safety will not be using under normal circumstances 99% of the time, a lot of it. So once that's quantified, and once the several different alternatives are explored for how to most effectively monetize that, I believe FirstNet can go a long way towards addressing some of the shortfall. That's the largest unknown on the positive side is how much of the gap can be plugged. Going past that, your issue of the timing, I mean, again, that's completely up to FirstNet, because as landlord of that spectrum, they have to approve any deals that are made state by state, and they have complete discretion to do that in the sequence in which they think is best. You know, I think it's a pretty intelligent structure that Congress put in place with a national oversight to make sure that the federal objectives are met. But I would assume that there's going to be a lot of local discretion as long as it's consistent with those overall objectives.
Patrick?
So the question, I think, is about how you avoid the balkanization of all these networks, right?
Yes.
That's it's a very interesting topic, and I think that we got some clues to that on our FirstNet with approach that when Sue talked this morning, and I think they're on the right track. And it's really about the governance on a national level. And in my mind, that is one of the key roles that FirstNet will play, is to provide that governance, to provide that consistency on a nationwide basis. Mm-hmm. And that could take form, many different forms. It could be in an architecture structure, it could be a roadmap alignment, could be some assets that are put in place that connects all these things. But it's clearly, I heard this morning that FirstNet has this ambition and this plan to provide this national structure where each of the different components fits in. And I think that's a very key element to avoid this balkanization and truly get the nationwide network.
And just one other idea. I mean, I think a lot of the answers are right in this room. You know, one of the ways you can overcome the problem by trying to monetize the network, or you can remove the problem by actually relying on infrastructure that's already in rural areas. Mm-hmm. So, you know, it's up to FirstNet. You know, going back to Morgan's point, we have no idea how FirstNet is going to address this, but it would be very important for them to think outside the box instead of just assuming that no solution exists in rural areas, therefore we have to build from the inside out. There may very well be solutions that are sitting right there in this room that can answer this problem.
Thank you. Actually, I think that's an excellent point to end on. Unless there are any questions from the audience, we probably have time for one if there is. If not, I want to thank again our panelists. Sorry, did we have?
There was one hand.
Okay, please. We have time for one question. I think we're going to get you a microphone. Just a moment.
I have a hard time seeing where in the rural areas we're able to have specific examples of being able to monetize this interoperable spectrum. Can you give us some, you know, types of examples where, you know, right now, in a lot of us, we have sufficient spectrum.
Right. So in rural areas, we have low population density. you won't generate the revenue because the spectrum demand is not there. Morgan or Brent?
Well, let me take one stab at it, but with the proviso that I certainly don't want to tell you your business. But if you have 700 megahertz spectrum, but you haven't deployed LTE, but by definition, you'll be deploying LTE in some of the same area that FirstNet will be deploying it if they intend to build nationally. A way of monetizing capacity for FirstNet is to simply split the construction cost with you and then agree to use your facilities to for roaming and give you roaming capabilities on the rest of their facilities and just spend less capital. Each of you spends less capital than you otherwise would have because you're building shared facilities. It's not the same model that would apply if you're talking about squeezing the excess capacity value out of Boston, for example. We know it's different in the rural area, but there's still some principles of sharing that would make sense.
And I would add, depending on your carrier spectrum footprint, but this is 20 megahertz nationwide, and particularly for rural states, and we've been working with the kind of western states on this, where there's heavy federal users, heavy federal presence in the western states. Utilities have a clear role, but also public safety has different demands in rural states than, let's say, large urban areas. You know, forest fires in the Intermountain West are one of the main issues. But you as a carrier can think of, just as Morgan pointed out, as kind of a sharing concept, but also this is an opportunity for the governor's broadband vision for his or her state to provide what I call schools, hospitals, and libraries. Clearly, public safety is the bedrock. So I completely agree that this is the first and foremost framework is public safety. But it's so much spectrum that there's an opportunity for the state to think about how it can serve, first, its public safety ecosystem, so not just 700, but 800, T-band, et cetera, but then also the state's other broadband initiatives. So you can provide rural health care, other areas. That's where I think a carrier can participate because it's an enormous swath of spectrum that can be used for other services on a secondary basis, particularly in rural areas where public safety demands are not the same as in large urban areas.
And I think that will probably have to be our last word. I want to thank Brett Hahn, Brett Kilborn, Morgan O'Brien, Patrick Rinquist. Each of you have given us a really insightful and helpful perspective and hopefully have helped carriers here make it a win-win. Thanks so much.
Great, thanks. Well, welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us today, and again for our third and final panel discussion focused on FirstNet. In this discussion, we like to focus on what commercial carriers can offer to FirstNet. We've looked at the structure, at some of the partnership arrangements, and what FirstNet can offer to commercial carriers. Now we're going to turn it around a little bit and see what we can offer back as we move forward in some of these collaborative efforts to build out public safety broadband networks. I'm pleased to introduce another great panel for you today. So we have Christopher Yaw first, who serves as Director of Strategic Initiatives and National Public Safety Broadband Wireless Network Account Manager for Northrop Grumman. He has 26 years of experience in the technical computing space, with 10 years of experience designing, building, and maintaining broadband cellular networks globally. He served previously as Deputy Chief Engineer and Deputy Program Manager for the largest public safety wireless system in the United States, the New York City Wireless Network, taking that system from concept to its full operational state. Next, we have Joe Decken. He's the Director of Solutions Management for Transactional Network Services, TNS. Joe leads the pre-sales technical team responsible for development of new customer initiatives, managing key alliance relationships, and translating TNS product capabilities into solutions for mobile networks. Thank you. And next we have Greg Whitaker. He has more than 20 years of legal and public policy experience with a primary focus on regulatory, policy, and transactional issues relating to the wireless and wireline industry. And Mr. Whitaker counsels clients through complex regulatory and business issues, including interconnection and intercarrier compensation, E911, and CP&I information. And then last but certainly not least, we have Bob Ozzie, Sprint's Senior Vice President of Network. Mr. Ozzie directs the ownership and operations of the CDMA, IDEN, and global IP networks operated by Sprint. He leads a team of 2,000 employees who provide network development and deployment, access management, and service assurance for Sprint consumer and business customers. Mr. Ozzie has over 20 years at Sprint, and he has held senior leadership positions in network engineering, software development, network planning, and among other responsibilities. So if we could please welcome our panel, and turn over to Christopher.
Well, everyone hear me? I suspect even if I didn't have the microphone, I could probably be heard by most of the room. I'm not exactly a quiet person. I've got to get my presidential stance here. Fields of fires. I'm good. So how many of you have actually heard of the New York City wireless system before? I've got 2 hands, 3, 4, maybe 5 hands in the room, 6 hands within the room. You know, this is a model for what FirstNet ultimately is going to be. It was basically a stem of the events that happened in New York, from 9/11 to a ferry crash in the middle of basically the river, as well as a fire out in New Jersey, where interoperable communications, in fact all communications, stopped because of the fact of the public safety entities were using the commercial carrier systems. And they said, you know, we can't have this. This is New York City. So they ultimately went around and built their own public-private. It was a cellular system built on CDMA technologies, which is owned and operated by the city of New York. There are no commercial people on it. But that will be different for FirstNet. So while the framework is there with ultimately all of the redundancy and the hardening, the reality is the user base needs to be expanded to ultimately the public service market. Now, New York did take advantage of that. In fact, you know, some of the other comments on the last panel were, you know, we need to expand this user base. When Sue spoke this morning about the 2 million public safety users, the reality is when we look at New York and we look at the ecosystem for what can actually be used on a FirstNet system, that ecosystem is much larger. And as an example, in New York, the largest user of that system is a public service entity. The Department of Transportation has embraced that network and deployed everything from, you know, basically GPS capabilities within their vehicles to every traffic light being managed within the actual city of New York on this wireless system. So in essence, they reduced a lot of their copper infrastructure and Verizon, AT&T infrastructure and replaced it with this system. And that has actually been a very, very large revenue generator for them. So in the case of FirstNet, they have to be looking at that, and you as consumers, or as me as carriers, you need to be looking at your user base and how can you actually leverage that as well. Also, one of the things that was brought up earlier in the case of Sue, she was saying, have any of you ever seen QoS operated on a cellular network? Well, I can say it does work because we implement QoS in New York, and that is simply something that has to be there. And in what I just described, we have a mix of public safety and public service users. The reality is that band between the public safety who need it first and foremost, they have a higher priority on the system. So we've been looking at this quite heavily for many, many years as far as how FirstNet is going to be involved or how it was basically evolved and what this network is going to be. And we as an entity and as a company, and we actually want to express to you as far as some things that you've probably already accomplished in your network are three, a little bit higher level entities. So, we're not down at the lower level E&OB environment. We're not at site deployments. But as far as it relates to identity management, cybersecurity, and application services, that really is our core competency and, our specialties. And one of those critical ones is identity management. Today within your networks, most of your identity management as far as logon and authentication is done by SIM or USIM. Well, when we get to FirstNet, that's going to be a different paradigm shift because no longer are we going to be authenticating the individual devices for access to the network. It has to be extended to the individual user as well. And so that's something that as you look to your system for advanced hosted services and how you may have implemented it by user-based as opposed to device-based, those are some of the entity capabilities that you may want to be able to bring to FirstNet and offer them saying, we've looked at that. We've looked at how identity management from a commercial perspective could be used to provide additional services. And by doing so, that's how FirstNet, you say, so why does FirstNet need that? More importantly is data access. Data access is critical within the FirstNet network. We're no longer dealing with commercial data. We're dealing with very, very sensitive data. Now, FirstNet by default, I don't believe has been mandated for secret level services, but at any point, you have HIPAA regulations for all your medical data. You have CJIS requirements for all of your FBI and criminal data. All that will be traversing the system, and you as operators, need to be cognizant that in those public-private partnerships that we've been talking about all day, that it isn't simply, hey, I've got a user, you're going to be riding on my system. I need to think a little bit deeper as far as how do I properly plan on authenticating those users? How do I ensure that in a shared user device environment, i.e. a mobile router and a police car, Angie Siebel brought up earlier, how is that going to be used? Well, in most cases, that's used by 2 or 3 officers potentially in a period of a day. So how do I make that difference between the officer or a commander in this vehicle, and ultimately that gets shared over a day-to-day basis. So cybersecurity. How many people think this is going to be a critical asset? Yeah, in fact, this has been articulated as being a national critical infrastructure. So I can guarantee you there is a big, fat, red target on this system from a cybersecurity perspective. A lot of people, good and bad, are going to be looking at this system to see what can happen to it. So as you start building out your systems and some of the experiences you have from a cybersecurity perspective to protect both your eNode Bs, to protect your backhaul, to protect your EPCs, that has to be built into the system because, once again, national critical infrastructure and the data that will be made available to this particular system. Okay? And then application services. We had some earlier conversations actually at lunch on the deployment of IMS. These are application hosting environments, and they will be done potentially at a very, very localized level. So in essence, you will have national applications, which are made available by FirstNet, but then there will be localized applications, which can be offered by the actual competitive carriers themselves. What does a firefighter need? Those particular entities will come to you potentially as hosting partners and say, you know what, I really need this type of an application delivered to me on a regionalized basis. Not on the national level, as far as that would be offered by FirstNet themselves. So why do I talk about that particular infrastructure and how it applies here? Because the reality is that FirstNet is going to take a long time to build. We saw kind of a timeline of how that's going to be built, and we kind of see it as far as our perspective as being 3 major procurements, and the last one may have subcomponents to it, which is there has to be a PMO office. Somebody's going to have to manage it. And somebody said, how is a system, the last panel was, how are system integrators, involved in this? Well, here's a perfect example why system integrators, and myself being one, need to be involved. This is a federal contract. How many of you actually operate in the FAR world today? How many of you actually know what the FAR world is? Okay. That's what this system is going to be mandated by is FAR, and FAR in essence the government regulations and contract regulations. That's a critical part in understanding those particular components so that you can do proper billing, you can do proper invoicing, so you can do proper control managements and program managements. All that will be integrated into the system. All right. So from a national infrastructure, we kind of see first off the program management coming in. Secondly, we see, in essence, a national core being built out. So that national core, though, needs to be extensible and flexible enough to support you as hosted core members and with your public-private partnerships down at the state level being brought back in. So again, one of those systems integrator functions is to say, look, we're going to define a set of standards that ultimately everyone has to apply to, but there's always gray areas to that, and so ultimately, managing that. Right? So, the data piece that comes across this, we're talking about protect, publish, provide, and, publish and protect again, across different entities. So it's the 3 Ps. We have to protect that data stream. We have to basically publish application sharings, and then we have to provide the security around that to ensure that it works. And you guys have a very, very good dealing with that in many, many days. I mean, you've been operating you've been operating commercial services, for many, many years. And now how do we take those commercial services and the lessons learned and apply them to FirstNet? So, with that said, kind of the structure and architecture that we're looking at and the contracting models, I wanted to make one really clarifying point. We go to these FirstNet meetings and these public safety meetings constantly, and a very unique statement was made in this conference that we have never ever heard before, which really does open it up to the Competitive Carrier Alliance or Association, which is commercial users will be on the system as secondary users. I don't believe that's ever been articulated, formally in a public environment. So that is news. I mean, that really was something that was brought to light by multiple entities, and most importantly, Sue in their morning that secondary users could be commercial users. So, we know there's a couple of very, very large players out there which have 700 megahertz today. That really does open up the 700 megahertz window to the other carriers within the nation. Where they may not have had access to those licenses. So that was really critical. So the information assurance part, and just kind of getting back to that, this is different. I mean, as I stated earlier, the identity management has 2 different functions now. It has both the device authentication as well as the user authentication. The cybersecurity components, national critical infrastructure. And I wanted to take this in my final kind of statement as far as application environments, was that this will be operated slightly differently because of the fact of the sensitive data which will be going across this system. This isn't just simply let me go get a Samsung device and attach to this network. And beyond the fact of adding different transceivers within that device, there's a whole necessary requirement to harden those devices themselves. And your experience with your actual operators, with your vendors on those particular device ecosystems, because now we're dealing with sensitive data. And in the case of sensitive data, one critical thing is, basically securing data at rest. I can tell you, I could pull out my smartphone right now and I can see all the history, I can see everything I've ever downloaded. Well, that downloaded information can't, in essence, if I lose my device, be put into the hands of somebody else, because that's exactly what's going to happen for the public safety user as well. So that data ultimately needs to be secured. So with your ultimate security departments, I suspect there's ideas that you may have that you've thought about that you can incorporate back into FirstNet as well, saying, you know what, we've identified how we could secure this data. We do at the DoD level all the time, and that's something that we'll bring to the table. But the reality is you've probably gone through some of these trials and tribulations yourself. So the last piece I'm going to do to finalize my statements, I'll ask a couple of questions. So how many of you are actually within your commercial carrier networks today looking at next generation 911 services? Okay, I see a couple of hands going up. Is there a risk there? It's a completely different paradigm shift from what is happening on the public safety answering points today. The public safety answering points, which are in essence where I receive my 911 calls, are relatively closed systems. Now, that's completely changing with next generation 911 services. Now I'm going to be, in essence, sending out to my PSAPs, my public safety answering points, text, video, pictures. I can tell you, at least from our network, we don't allow JPEGs into our commercial network or into our private network from outside entities. Why? JPEGs can be embedded with code. JPEGs can be embedded with code which have, in essence, zero-day attacks or denial of service taxes built into them. So those are things you need to be cognizant of that in many cases, and let's take it to the perspective of the rural user, they really haven't thought about it either. We speak all the time to these public safety entities, and say, for your PSAPs, for your public safety answering points, are you starting to think about what you need to put in place from an information assurance perspective for next generation 911. Everyone's saying, yes, we want next generation 911. We want to be able to service this market. But no one is thinking about the information assurance that goes along with that. or very, very few people, I should say, are. Even though they potentially are preparing from a bandwidth perspective, they're not thinking about how that ultimately needs to be secured. And I actually think that's a place where the Competitive Carriers Association can really take advantage of either A, putting in those hosted services to protect that data since it is traversing your network. I mean, this brings up all sorts of potential legislative and liability capabilities. So are you going to have to do this potentially anyways? Sure, but why not take the lead on that and say, you know what, we ultimately are going to protect the data we're sending those PSAPs for that next generation 911 services. Additionally, as you just start looking at your EPC deployments, how can I smartly deploy components of my EPC to, in essence, not bring some of that data back into my, let's say my standard core? Can I position my, PNS gateways at a place that ultimately sends that traffic directly to, in essence, these next generation 911 PSAP services? And I think you could bring a lot of intelligence, as far as what you've lived with previously to do that. So those are just some opening statements, some things to think about potentially as far as you could actually add value add to the ecosystem that isn't being really thought about in the public safety community, using, commercial services or your innovative ideas. And so thank you.
Hello, everybody. I appreciate your guys' time today. As I look out across the folks in the room, what stands out to me is a community of operators, service providers, application providers. The entire ecosystem literally sits here. And what I see is a great opportunity for synergy across the board and also general alignment of what you guys have already solved for in your commercial businesses. And I see a very unique proposition for us as we leave to consider, which is to take all of the years of experience and work that you have built and translate it into a very common fabric in this new world in support of the FirstNet project, as well as in support of driving the revenue that each operator, whether you're at the city level, the state level or the regional level, there's networks that literally align to them. And so when you start to look at, how operators have evolved, right? They first started with, banding together and leveraging common assets and infrastructures and resources, and then they built, roaming relationships or bridges as they moved down that pipe, right? To where ultimately they were able to pay for some of their infrastructure through other people using it while they gained their own customers. So literally roam-only infrastructure, gain revenue, continue to invest in, in this case, a FirstNet infrastructure, and then kind of channeling that towards a model of where and when is the appropriate time to invest in the controls that are necessary to ensuring that at the time of an emergency that the bandwidth, the spectrum, the users can turn that traffic from being roaming or commercial use to, first responders use. And I believe that in, as we previously had been talking, a few general themes, around hosting of these applications, you can almost think of it as, the FirstNet project ends up looking like an MVNO to every one of these operators, whether it's the, the city, the state, the regional operator, as the mobile operators have already, created an infrastructure for things from, M2M mobile applications to mobile internet. And now it's literally specifying it towards each one of these layers of the market and providing commercial and charging principles for them to transition it. Right, and I guess what I'm saying as far as how do you transition into this model, I do believe that there is a hardening approach to how you go about it over time. And initially it's about reach and capabilities, and so that first responders can move between local governments to state governments to help each other out. and that when they continue to move about the country, that they end up having charging principles that follow them, right? So that the people that are facilitating the service, can get paid for the service, and state, local, regional operators interconnected with national players will, have already solved these problems, right? So I look, out at a lot of very familiar faces that, currently, leverage roaming solutions. In another room right down from here, right, we've got an ongoing roaming hub conversation about how we, kickstart all things 4G and LTE. And I think this becomes a natural extension of how you guys leverage your footprints and your assets and the momentum that you have going into these new investments that you're looking for, alignment around funding. So, backing up for a second, carriers, regional carriers, local carriers, right, have consistently proven a willingness to work together for switch sharing, packet data core sharing, bandwidth sharing, right? And then negotiating with, the larger operators, national operators, in a way that they can, trade out spectrum, to really align to make sure things work. And I think that a lot of those kinds of perspectives, roll into a much broader, bigger plan. But as long as we continue to align it back with how do I stand up this FirstNet network as a hosted MVNO, and then, implement devices and controls, whether it's, SIM cards or, things of nature where you can lock them down, provide some of the identity services, and then give the control to the public safety network because it's hosted, and in general roaming goes back home. And so you have the opportunity to interject in controls, right? And those controls are, can be prioritized, they can have policies implemented against them, and ultimately, can have monetization opportunities over and above, very basic bandwidth consumption, whether they're key applications, M2M opportunities have been mentioned for traffic lights or, devices on police cars. And so then we get into a very basic question of how do we fund this thing? And I think that where you start is standing up and aligning, and I believe, almost every conversation at some point it seems we have is around what spectrum bands and where can we align to, and that's something that will follow right into here. But once you start to get beyond that, you can see a great opportunity to offer a mobile enterprise solution. So today, the public institutions, police departments, fire departments, on down the list at the state, at the city, local levels, right? They all have budgets for communication services. Why can't that budget shift to being a mobile broadband budget, and then that broadband fee gets to be reallocated based on that public service need, and that each state and city can work with their local operators as well as the national operators in setting those policies and priorities. But that literally becomes the enterprise opportunity for the carrier to solve those problems, at the same time generate revenue to foot the bill for what's beyond the initial funding plan here. So in wrap up here, this community has already come together on many fronts to form and to build and to evolve over the years around roaming, right? And it's the fundamental aspect of once somebody's got a device, that device becomes mobile, it's got to be able to go anywhere. And so us aligning to those strategies, and then where it makes the most sense at the infrastructure layer, building as much shared or common infrastructure as possible. Obviously diversity, geographically, locally, all those things have to be there to be a national asset. But over time, looking at ways to interject in value-added services that today are very commercial in nature and focused to consumers can also be extremely valuable to the first responders. And so we get to the point where we're saving thousands of lives and can really help to facilitate that what's next for how we evolve as as a community, not just a, carrier enterprise. So that's all I've got for today. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Greg.
Hi, everyone. I'm Greg Whitaker, and I'm with the law firm of Herman Whitaker in the Washington, D.C. area. And I appreciate Tim and CCA for inviting me to speak today. I work with a lot of small and rural companies, or companies that serve rural areas. And so Tim asked me if I would come be on the panel and give the really rural perspective. So today I'm playing the role of the small carrier serving the rural area. And again, our focus here is, what can commercial carriers offer FirstNet? And so my role specifically is, what can small and rural carriers offer FirstNet? And I've been very heartened today to hear many of the speakers talk about just how important it is that FirstNet serve rural areas. Okay, that's obviously not always a given with services, and so it's nice to hear, and it's also required by the Act, so it's good to hear. I want to sort of give a little bit of perspective as well on the issue we're talking about here. So there are approximately 59 million people that live in rural counties. That's about 19% of the population, right, that live in rural counties. And we're talking about roughly 3.1 million square miles, or 86% of the geography. So, that's, my mind even has a hard time thinking about 3.1 million square miles and only 19% of the population. But it's critical that we serve that. And I think the people at this conference realize that there are more than 4 uniquely managed commercial networks, right? With all due respect to Sue Swenson, there are more than 4. Even the commercial network is a network of networks. And in order to serve, for FirstNet to serve and be ubiquitous, or sort of ubiquitous, or even a little bit ubiquitous, FirstNet, I think, is going to have to leverage and include that network of carriers. So what can we bring to the table, particularly in rural areas, given the limited amount of funding? Obviously, carriers have assets to bring. We have hard assets to bring and be efficient. The first thing that comes to mind, of course, is towers. And I don't just mean a stick in the ground, but everything that goes with that. The access, the towers, power, backup power, which is so critical, all right? I mean, these are hard dollars for FirstNet, and carriers already have that in the ground. So it's a big piece. The backhaul piece itself, right, is going to be huge and expensive. In many states, though, there are already statewide networks of fiber that connect cell sites. So there's already opportunities, there's already facilities and assets that can certainly be leveraged. But in addition to sort of some of those hard assets, what do rural carriers have? Well, they also have local relationship and expertise. We've heard a lot about whether how the governance will be and the involvement of states. And rural carriers, we're already there, or they're already there, okay? For instance, I can't speak for every rural carrier, but I represent a lot, and public safety entities are already on our towers. They're already on our towers. They're there. Our employees are already members of the volunteer fire department. We're there. I was talking to a company this morning. We're already providing broadband wireless data cards to 3 different law enforcement agencies in our area. Okay, so that's 3G right now. In a couple of months, that's going to be LTE. Now, it's true, you probably can't back a fire truck over the device. It's probably not going to work if that happens, but those are things that can be worked out. But is it really going to make sense to take that device away and just to use a FirstNet device? Or is it going to make sense to have a partnership that merges those and makes the hardening where necessary, and perhaps in rural areas, it's going to be different. What else? Obviously roaming. Look, I think you all understand that even with the large carriers, coverage is not ubiquitous. They achieve ubiquitous coverage through roaming relationships. going to be Andy Siegel's for carriers. Ties.
Perspective. And we take communication understanding pass behind the number of players, but involvement in I was privileged to be on the interoperability board that was commissioned a year ago to really look at how do you create a network that is truly interoperable. And that was a very enriching experience for me personally and for the team that I had helped support me to really continue to explore what are the requirements, what are the emerging requirements and such. So out of that, I think that there's a lot of things that we as a national commercial carrier can offer to FirstNet. And there's a lot of different ways we would like to be interested in exploring to see where does it fit. First and foremost, we understand that to get to a reasonably economical and timely deployment of the capabilities, we do have to find ways to use existing assets, existing towers, backhaul, RAN network, spectrum that's already enabled for LTE, And there is, fortunately, from the technology front, a lot of ways to enable that in the LTE space that were far more difficult to enable in the GSM, CDMA, 3G space. So we can certainly take advantage of that. If you look at the way you can approach the interest of services, at the end of the day, it's the service provided, but within that are the applications that are enabled on the network, the devices that use that, and then the network itself. And across all those fronts, there's different types of partnerships that we can bring to bear with our expertise, because at the end of the day, FirstNet is really a national, nonprofit, public agency, but it's a carrier. And so it will be confronted with the same types of interests, challenges, and solutions that a typical carrier has to become involved with. We can partner with FirstNet to help find the ecosystems that will be supportive to develop the chipsets and the devices and the modules that will be required to go into fire trucks and police cruisers and the like. How the applications work in a reliable, consistent fashion. How do you distribute those applications? How do you provide the security in those applications and in the network? These are all the types of problems that a carrier like us are out there solving today for our customer base. And certainly at the, it takes it up a notch because of the more stringent and urgent requirements that the public responding, the first responder universe really has to address. So there are a number of different ways we've looked at and are willing to consider and want to consider. I think I counted 7 different variations on network sharing that you can do, RAN sharing. A number of these we've been testing and deploying the technology to help enable it. And part of that is because of our somewhat unique relationship with Clearwire, and we're really testing how call it a third-party RAN network can become part of another network. So in our case, our core network will be integrated and interoperate with a Clearwire-owned and operated network up until hopefully the point that transaction concludes in some way. But the point is, though, that we know how this technology works. It isn't something that FirstNet can be passive about, and it's something that carriers are not passive about. And what I mean by that is there are standards out there that can be deployed, but a carrier has to go enable them to make them happen in the real world by working actively with the standards communities, with the device manufacturers, with the equipment manufacturers to make it happen. And I do believe that the requirements that will emerge for public safety, they will be wanting to use standards that are out there but may not be actually commercially available via the ecosystems, whether the network ecosystem or the device ecosystem. And so ways that we can partner with FirstNet to make that happen on a global basis so that they actually do materialize in real products that are available for purchase for the end user or for the network operators along the way. So I think in summary, to be frank, it's still a little bit of a moving target in terms of what are the partnerships that will work. From our perspective, everything's on the table. We're willing to look at and explore every idea that's out there. We have a lot of our own that we think will be relevant. Certainly, and quite honestly, it has to make business sense for us. But on the other hand, we know the importance and the national policy it is to the country, and that's why we're very much engaged and have resources that are already dedicated to explore all these options and see what's available. There's certainly the need to how do you fund this thing, and so we can play a role in roaming onto the FirstNet 700 spectrum. That's something that we're looking at to see how that would be feasible, and conversely how FirstNet customers could roam onto our network in order to supplement the coverage and capacity that eventually starts to materialize around the 700D block. So, at this point, do we have a clear idea of here are the 4 business models that work for us? No, but we've got a lot of ideas that we have been sharing with the FirstNet staff over the last couple of months, ranging from things that can be done right now, products and services that could be certified as being public safety quality, how that could really move into sort of an MVNO arrangement We have a lot of experience with MVNO arrangements and how might you have a FirstNet branded phone that operates effectively on the Sprint network, but it has the backing, the consideration, the certification, the requirements that are defined for the public safety community by FirstNet, and moving all the way through the various versions of RAN sharing, network sharing that are possible in this environment. So we really look forward to how this evolves, and we've been wanting to engage and stay engaged in all the conversations so we can find what role we have and really be able to add our assets to the pile of assets that can really serve a very important need. So thank you very much, and I guess we'll go back to the moderator.
Great. Thank you, and thank you, everyone. So to kick off with a couple questions, we've heard throughout the day that building out the FirstNet network will take time. It took 10 years after the 9/11 Commission for FirstNet to even become a thing and exist through the legislation. It's going to take even longer to continue to build out the network. We've heard a lot in this panel about the role of roaming. And I wanted to ask our panel to start off with, how can some of these roaming relationships help provide public safety with LTE and mobile data network access immediately? And how can it help fill in gaps as the FirstNet network itself is being built out? And so anyone that would like to take it?
First? I guess we have to drag this over a bit. Well, I mean, it is fairly straightforward. It is sort of the obvious first step that you have available LTE networks. They're commercially available. They actually work really well, and they are very reliable. They do come under stress in times of emergency, and can. And they can, so that capability can easily be coupled through very straightforward commercial arrangements with FirstNet, and be integrated in the device set that FirstNet or the public safety agencies are really looking to purchase. It certainly has to kind of center around the devices and what is that model. Is it something that the first responders buy directly from a carrier like ourselves, or is it something that FirstNet more directly gets engaged with? Like I said, maybe a certified package to start with, moving to an MVNO arrangement later on. Those may be very logical ways that can, take ready access for most circumstances. The more I would imagine, from the most routine of responsiveness to the traffic accident or the burglary and such, the quality of the network is where it really is going to matter, and it's going to work, and it's going to work just fine. So it's a good way to get started. It's a good way to provide a value add through that process.
To kind of give you the real world example of how that is actually working in other networks, and specifically New York City, roaming in some respects is a consolidated bill. So I can get one bill that has both entities if wherever I went onto a single bill. So while they haven't necessarily been able to implement that because there is no billing with FirstNet, it's a city-owned asset, it becomes a device which is dual-homed. I mean, it's as simple as that, because when we look at FirstNet, it isn't necessarily just the last mile services. It isn't necessarily just the ability for my cell phone device to talk to a tower. It's the full application suite which is behind it. One of those requirements, and it's actually written in legislation, or at least we've seen it. I should say it isn't written in the legislation, but they're saying this is critical, is geospatial applications. So in essence, every device on FirstNet will have to have a GPS receiver, and ultimately be able to broadcast that information back into a central command and control station. And in the case of New York, obviously, a perfect example is the Department of Transportation goes into New Jersey. And in New Jersey, there is no coverage for NiceWin, but there is AT&T, Verizon, Sprint coverage. So we have dual home devices, and the application suite becomes agnostic to the last mile services. So the roaming is ultimately operating correctly. It just simply happens to be two bills in those particular occasions. And what we're doing is homogenizing that into a single bill.
Yeah, I mean, as Bob suggests as well, it's a device issue. Is key, and I'm going to go back to my interoperability soapbox, because we've got to obviously have multi-band devices, and so that's something that we're going to have to overcome some of the hurdles of the current islands of bands that we have. and to make that cost effective for FirstNet to deploy a band 14, a band 17, a band 12, or band 13 devices as well is going to be interesting and critical if we're going to actually solve the roaming piece and be able to do that anytime soon.
Well,
you throw some other bands as well there. But.
I think you're right. I think the number of bands that the LTE is developing and the growing number of bands really certainly is an issue. And I'll join you on that soapbox where collapsing 17 and 12 reduces some of that complexity as public safety looks at potential partnerships. Joe, you mentioned hubbing in your remarks. What do you think that hubbing can offer FirstNet as they look out, and how can that help provide access to several smaller carriers at once rather than having to reach individual roaming deals?
I think initially it comes back to funding and finding, how does everybody get started? With already, constraints around transition from some operators are taking the hop from 2G to 4G, and this is an all 4G network. There is significant funding requirements there, and so I believe that a hub and at hosted solutions, whether it's a hosted Evolved Packet Core or a hosted IMS network, helps to leverage the existing assets. So things like towers and power and radio network can be leveraged but tied into hosted hub infrastructures. So you get kind of an immediate economies of scale. And then as you go over time, right, and capacities grow, you move from more of a shared infrastructure to a dedicated infrastructure as, bills get paid and operators make money. I think that's the immediate role, is to set up the commercial framework and fabric, and then to show the general charging principles that, you guys have spent many decades building.
Great, thanks. We heard earlier in the day how it's critically important in this project that now we have public safety communications and commercial communications working off the same LTE technology as we're looking forward. I wanted to ask the panel here, how can partnerships with commercial carriers help keep that parallel up to date? How can we keep public safety on the right upgrade path and make sure that as technology continues to evolve, that we are able to continue to leverage joint investments in this space?
I'll start real quick, and I actually, that will be a challenge. In the commercial space, obviously, you guys have, Moore's Law is 18 months. We're basically migrating through technologies and doing upgrades every 18 months. And yet the procurement cycles in essence, within the government, don't follow that model. I don't have my users going out and getting new devices every 18 months, as was talked about earlier. So that will be a challenge. Most of it, or a lot of it's going to have to be done in software. So what can be done in software, ultimately, that and they don't, will be done so. So additional releases going from, say, release 8 to release 9. We know that that's done in software. Will release 10 or 11 have that same requirement to be only in software? Will it require a different ASIC? Have no idea, but that becomes part of that operating model for a self-funding model, and hence why they can't necessarily rely just on the public safety users. They have to have a user base will allow them to generate revenue to then perform those updates.
Yeah, I think I agree it's challenging. I think FirstNet does have an opportunity to create the consolidated voice for the requirements of the public safety agencies across the country, because operating on their own, New York's a bit of a very unique area in that because of the requirements, because of 9/11, because of just it's New York, they have the requirements, the resources, the wherewithal to do things like a 2.5 network and those sorts of things on their own. But I think the vast majority of municipalities and states and such don't quite have that kind of expertise or resources that they can really provide to it. So FirstNet can provide that help, and I think it's important for FirstNet to do so that there is that voice at the table, not only in the standards bodies, but also with the manufacturing of the devices, the standards, the releases, what really materializes in products that can be offered economically and in a timely fashion. Without that voice, then things will proceed on their national course, and it'll take potentially longer to get the real things that the first responders really need. And if it is fragmented across thousands of requirements in municipalities, I don't see how that is going to be very effective to really get what first responders really need.
Yeah, I think it's going to be critical, obviously, that FirstNet follows, open standards, as opposed to black box, unique designs, and I think that's going to be critical, and I think that's going to help. I think that's been part of the problem, is the more unique design specific, system specific obviously takes longer, and so the more that FirstNet can follow the commercial model of open standards, I think we'll be able to see faster integration and faster innovation.
I think that there's an interesting component here, and Bob touched on a little bit around the MVNO plan, which if you look at devices and standardization and literally branding around FirstNet, you get the opportunity to see how a model can start at the national level and transcend to each of the other regions, whether it's the state or the local level, and by aligning on things as band 12 or band 17 and roaming models that the operators, the national operators, will help maintain and evolve the public safety network inherently by keeping the devices and the radios and each operator in that ecosystem down to the rural market will be buying and supporting the same type of technology. So I think by looking at FirstNet as a standalone operator that's going to switch between multiple operators and roaming, that ecosystem has been established, right? So you would follow similar processes.
Great, thanks. So we're down to our last few minutes. I wanted to open it up to the room and see if anyone has any questions that they'd like to ask of our panel. And if not, I've got a few more, so we're not done yet. Well, I would like to ask the panel. I know, Greg, you brought up several of the aspects that commercial carriers offer to public safety today and can offer going forward, from including backhaul and 3G service and tower access and rights of way and on and on and on. To the whole panel, what steps can carriers take to provide one-stop shopping for FirstNet as they're looking at potential partners?
That's a great question. Yeah. I mean, the one-stop shopping arguably revolves in many aspects around devices. And so whether that within your retail environments, over in the left-hand corner you have devices which are multi-purpose for both public safety as well as for public service. Say is a great concept. However, the reality is that fall within the procurement model of the government. I mean, typically in many aspects, I'm not going to have my firefighter go into a Sprint store and say, buy this device, just bill my government. Maybe that is a model that we can establish as carriers, where in essence we work with the municipalities to establish those purchasing agreements so that they can do that on some type of an upgrade cycle. So I think that's going to be challenging at the device level. But at the other side, from one-stop shop, it's taking into account some of these requirements that are part of the public safety community. And as I stated earlier, we're not talking about necessarily just the last mile services. Said repeatedly throughout the day is preemptive and priority access. As you start building out your 4G networks, or as you start expanding your capacity into IP-based services, can we do a little thinking ahead and establishing those quality of service metrics on my backhaul or throughout my core network at the different distribution layers, and saying, I can offer these services as a one-stop shop and ensure that you have that priority. But at the device level, I think it really is going to depend upon the government procurement model, for the individual municipality.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's going to be any such thing as one-stop shopping, much as I would like for there to be with this. I think it's critical right now that people are engaging in the states and with public safety so that we have the right expectations, and so that when the models come out, that they are meetable by both public safety and by commercial carriers. I would love to be able to say, one-stop shopping. But I think the needs of the states are going to be different. And again, just because there's a FirstNet network deployed doesn't mean that anybody in that in a particular locality, I mean, is going to use it. So, you know, they may yet use a commercial or a dedicated system. So that's going to be a challenge, possibly by locality basis.
Thanks. Any other questions in the room? Chuck.
I might be hearing things differently, but it seems to me like we've got a disconnect between FirstNet folks' idea of a network and our idea of the network. You know, it seems to me like our idea of the network is them coming in purchasing from us. It seems to me like their idea of the network is that they may purchase something wholesale from us, but establishing their own independent network. Is that right, or am I just hearing things differently?
Well, from the legislative perspective, it is their building. They will be an operator. They will build an EPC. They will build backhaul. They will build RAN. In many cases, it'll be exclusively owned by FirstNet. In other cases, they'll have wholesale MVNO agreements with commercial carriers. But I don't, at least in my personal opinion, and I don't believe this will be an entire MVNO network. I believe there will be government-owned assets, and then that government-owned asset will be augmented by the commercial carriers.
Great. Well, with that, we'll end on that, unless there's any final remarks from our panel. Well, I wanted to thank everyone for the attention. I think that today serves as a great beginning and step along this. I think there'll be many further aspects of this discussion to come, and encourage continued engagement on this issue. I think we've really touched on an important issue going forward, and will remain deeply engaged on it. So thank you. Thanks to our panel. Thank you all. Thank you.
We can help with any of this.